I got money. This book, may open a book on page 3.
Oh, thank you so much.
Dala damara jibe jai no bara jibe ge darwa do tamji jembe vardu jubara jiba tamji je soe jibe ma namka danyambe semjen tamji deva tante dungar tanche nyote lana me bara yang ta bara zobe changche Rinpoche toba cha. Yeah, English or mother
Those enemy who hit me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation or omniscience, might they experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly I will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood. All Mother Sentient Beings, especially those enemies who hit me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience, might they experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly I will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood.
Ti chi tu sang ma ji ji pa tu nu nga yi sung ge wa la go ma shi pa tu nu nga yi sung ge wa la go a tu te ren ne song de nye ma sang ta zam ji pa tu nu nga yi sung ge wa la go ro.
Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with my body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with the body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with the body, speech, and mind.
Page 5. Sanje chudan soje chunan lai chanchu bhatu dani japsun che dake jinso jimbe sonam che androla penche sanje drupa sho.
In the Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merits of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merits of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings.
Ma nam ka dan nyambe sem chen tam chi dewa dan dewe ju dan denpa chur chi dunga chi ju dan rewa chur chi dunga mebe dewa dan me rewa chur chi nyeren cha dan ni
May all sentient beings, motherless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from sufferings and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all Mother Sentient Beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness that's free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
Pitch Chen Mandala offering. Sa xie bo ju ju xian me duo zhang wei ra len ye nian de jian ba de sang jie xin la me de pu wa yan zhou gu nam da xin de jiu ba xiu a gu song yong zuo na me cuo nang la qian nang sang song ti jin ni jian xiu da lu long qiu nang si yong xie la la mi qiu ge gong zhuo zai de su cha zi wa dan shu jin ya ba tang ji si yi liang gun xian su wa yi ye ba jun zi da ke ji sa ba tam jie zuo bei qiang qiu xian wo
The ground is sprinkled with scented water and strewed with flowers. It is adorned with Miru, the supreme mountain, the four continents, and the sun and the moon. As Buddha field, I offer it. May all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha fields. To the lamas who possess the three kayas, I offer the outer, inner, and secret offerings. With my body, wealth, and all that is visible, please grant me the supreme realization, enlightenment. Whatever merits I have gathered through prostrations, offerings, confessions, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate.
Om Guru Rena Mendala Punza Menga Samundra Saparane Samaye Om Jamdrenje Tome Zamlen Jen Chabe Dongson Yongla Cha Zurme Jalwa Dorjee Chang Panji Dien Gombe Shala Du Tu da de sam je che le me jin je lo she tu je je nian ge men ba se ne chang sem je ta do ba jin je lo.
Your fame pervades the 3,000 worlds. You are the victors, Vajradhara, without a doubt. I bow at the feet of the Father, Jiten Songwen. Continually I think of no one but you. Compassionate One, grant your blessings. Dispel the darkness that surrounds my heart. Please bless me so that I can realize the unelaborated nature of mind.
Samjian Namjie Samba Tang Lo Ye Xie Zha Qie Da Wa Qie Chong Tu Mong Te Ba Yi Qu Jie Ko Lo Ko Tu So.
Please turn the wheel of the Dharma, of the two vehicles and their combinations, according to the dispositions and likewise the mental capacities of sentient beings.
Tamke Tukje Xiaojie Rai Xuan Zhong Xianjie Meto Tukje Gong Yong Wei Zhi Neng Po Da Wer Ji Bei Ge Xiaojie Jie Wei Xiao La Qiang Zi Ro Du Jin Xiang Wang De Lo Na Ro Man Mei Ta Po Pa Ren Ji Tian Gong Ge Zhi Sim Tian Zi Wei Na Mei Xia Zi Yu La Ma Yi Dam Xiu Xiong Su Luan De Su Da Ju Jin Jie Lo Di Li Du Rai Zhong Dan Man Mei Zi Ma Wang Tan Bai Xiang Bai Ta Tai Xiaojie Te Gong Jie Dang Ni Nian Mei Ren Qian Bi Ji Kan Song Gong Xiao La Gu Jia Zi Rai Mi Qian Ge Yin Ge Pa La Ne Du Song Sang Ji Gong Ji Wo Wan让三木就各公司东西为在为了没下了归乡心。当然从他公司里马他在老过了吧，校长接起来了吧？
就是吧。It's page 10, please. We will continue from page 11 for English, from the third paragraph in the third of the preparation phase is the special preliminaries. So the three preparation phase in the preliminary is the practicing of meditating on loving kindness, meditating on compassion, and cultivation of bodhisattvas. So it is as written here, if the state of the love and compassions does not run for the benefit of others, it will not be rewarded in the assembly of gods and men. Attend therefore to the preliminaries and embody this state of compassions. So we will continue to read the text as it's pretty self-explanatory, starting from page 13. Through the cultivatings of this bodhicitta, one will swiftly gallop forth onward, progressing to established attainment. Just as the swift horse urged on will set to run the course and take to the lead quickly, we ourselves need to take to the course of training our minds in the cultivation of the enlightened mind of bodhicitta. The mind sets on the altruistic intention of benefiting others. We will continue to read the text to the end. It is said that when this mind of bodhicitta, which is the wellsprings of accomplishing the purpose of both others and oneself, arises in one's mind, gods and humans will issue forth, prostrate and sing one's praises. Upon one's arousal of bodhicitta, the exalted and ordinary beings alike will bestow accolades such as "well done, very good, excellent." Within the mind, that which conceives and contains all kinds of thoughts and perceptions, there are, for example, thoughts of good and bad, as well as both positive and negative mind states. As you can turn to page 15, from the first sentence of the page 15 starts, for practitioners on the path, taking on the great adornments of this enlightened superior mind state of bodhicitta is a true necessity and something that must be established before entering the actual practice of formal Mahamudra meditations.
대 장부 참박금 수스란도아.
As this is the case, cultivating this enlightened intent, the mind of bodhicitta must be attained to when training in the preliminary stage of the fivefold path.
저는 저당진난다 참바스 진도아. 진일된 저게 진거리 침부 세서 여러 진세다. 진일된 참바스 제쇼리. 저는 참바스 진일된 저를 참바되는 인제 제게다. 인제 때는 장초 샘트 제게다. 인제 때는 장초 샘트. 어다 제쇼리.
So how we generate bodhicitta is through the sense of compassion. It is through the sense of compassion. That's how bodhicitta we generate bodhicittas.
전주 맞아 참바트 진일된 제게레스 담보 참바를 왕아서 진리 거리 침부 세제 요랑하나서.
So the love and the compassions are all
담보 참바트 와 참바트. 참바트 love.
Love and are generated from sense of gratitude.
진리 거리 좋아. 진일된 제쇼. 참바트 된 인제 제쇼레스. 참바트 된 인제.
And then out of love we are able to generate compassions. And then out of compassions we generate the mind of bodhicitta. So, like when we care for someone extremely, we have a great sense of love, and so with that we have a sense of compassion and a strong urge and a wish for the benefits of that individuals. And then through that sense of compassion to that individual, we generate bodhicitta.
어떤 인제들 그래서 장초 샘체를 쓰려다 그래서는 다된 대화 톱들에서 상지 마토 요말 장초 샘체다 상지 톱나서 어디서 들어와.
So everlasting happiness is only possible with the attainment of enlightenment, and then it is through the cultivation of bodhicitta that enlightenment is possible, and that's where the generation of bodhicitta, the mind of bodhicitta, is important.
와다 참바드 가르스나 진된 제레스리아 등아서 다지던 검탕저지나 다 담보드 진체효 아마랑 지게 아마 마드 진친본데 지치네 담보드랑 아마데 곰 와들 다 참바야고 시에소나 드네 담랑 니 코르바와 안라몬다 번자 안라몬도 소곰 어디서 참바야고 지에손 다제랑 초보 조mon당 다디니 코르스 소곰 어디서 지에손 다들 제다 저컵탄 좀 들이 잡을린 좀 들이 라인 링chen 로아르 소마데 이마마치 마뇽네 요마레 디디까지 직파장 요레 삼 아마치 마뇽마 요마레 어디까지 직파장 요레 삼데 다다서 대화되나 삼데 참바고 고요레.
So how we meditate on love, compassion, we can start it with our own mothers. So our own mother is the most grateful human beings. We are very grateful to our mothers. And then from our own mothers, we can further expand to our close relatives, friends, and then from further it can extend to neighbors, societies, and to nations, and then to all other sentient beings in the world. And that is the way how we can generate love, compassions, beginning from our mothers.
Chin number she some down with it. Tambo the Luigi betweens, Luigi betweens, the Carisana. That so I may copa now to Tamatic. The Kala Saya and Roya and Duga Sama Jonam. The subsatching, the Bugnel, Jonja Majones, Chonazan, or Tendrusam not on Tendruchin, the social Lupoteria G to her. The Luigi betweens.
So why we need to meditate on love, beginning with our own mother, is and there are four types of gratitudes to our mothers. We have, and then the first one is because our mother gave us our own physical, the bodies, they give birth to us. So since our conceptions, our mothers has been very, very careful and attentive to whatever she eats, her behaviors, and everything she does is for with the concerns of the babies inside her womb. So she showed tremendous love and compassion for the baby inside, which manifests her love.
So chimbi tins na ta so ma ji cha ne kabla ta kan yang ze pa kan la yo xie ma to kan yang xie ge ma da tene ama ti so da ho ja tene ta xie ma chu tin chu chi ro ya bu ti xian bo chang na ka re sa zhong ro ge be chang na kan be gang na chong ro ge me na na chong ro ge chu na na chong ro ge wa wa ta so chang ma ze xie ma chu wa tin chu qin ba de la. So the
second reasons for our sense of gratitude we should have to our own mother is not only the babies inside the wombs, but also after giving birth, the mothers took great cares to ensure the safety of the child from giving food, from running away, or from all aspects of safety of the child. The mother took great cares and love.
Saya konya so yabo shone sam ti chong da de kan mambo ze chi go shore o tene be chang da sho ge ina nga bo lang le ka chi gong da an chi bo ni de le ka chi go she ta ren bon ro go shon da man da mambo ne si mambo le ka nge ja go shore o tene de ka ba chi bi twins.
And the third reasons for our gratitude to our own mother is because the mothers take upon herself big responsibilities to ensure a good life for the child. It is either physical labor work or else, such as bring food, clothing, and so on. So the mother goes through a lot of troubles in ensuring a good care of the child. So that's why we need to be thankful for the mother. And the fourth reasons for why we need to be grateful to our own mother is that mother is also our first teachers and she teaches us to adopt what is good, and then also advise us, instruct us to avoid what is bad for us. And mothers cares for a good life for the children, and so mothers do everything in terms of instructing and teachings for the best well-being of the child. That's why the fourth is most important.
다 같이 뒤님에 들어 아마라 제바 시라메를 텐주 요레스 아마라 제바메레 어때 제바메레 아마라 제바메레스 요나 근데 소소 수 제바 치오나 들라 공난 데스 딱 배치 같이 나한테 요다 뭐보여 말이야 같이 나한테 좀 텔때네 또 텐주 소참 참바 제타 치공난 데스
And it's possible that there are few who might not have much love for their own mothers. And then if that is the case, then you can meditate on love for the persons who you have a great, are the most closest to and have the most love for. And so we start on meditating on love for our mothers, and then this is how we start, but we further expand our meditation on love with that of our friends and even strangers, and we can broaden it as much as we can, including that of our own enemies. So when we reach to that level of meditations on love, that includes our own enemy, and then that is the height of your practice on love. So now we will meditate on love with thinking on the four aspects of why we are so thankful and grateful to our mothers, because of all the four reasons that we have outlined earlier. So with that, we are going to meditate on love with our mothers in our mind.
that the chamber said the kitchen body, that's when Yamnachi do. Karina, true Yamnachin came and a chamber kitchen body, Casana, Chamning Jachimbo, Limajayona, but some go chigre.
So it's extraordinarily important, the love and compassions, and so persons with the love and compassions are all liked by others.
The doctor, she don't wash, she don't so the Messona. Then it's also they were young Machambala, they were young Maritain. Then around so that chamber is Judia, can do in a Besson Chico.
And then the angers, attachments, all these are antidote to love and compassion. So we need to generate more love and compassions.
Then the Betty Nona, she will debala chabi. Nyambo chamba ninja, chepa yen, Guamshi Jula Jiva, Lam Tua Siva Yins, Lavitola.
So we can go to the last sentence of the page number 15. So to counteract the tendency for attachment to the bliss of the nirvana, for we meditate on extraordinary love and compassions. When love and compassions are awakened in our own mind stream, confused projections on the path will be dispelled.
Then a bit at it, Jubi, the Rema, son du Jubi,
Allez, je l'ai dit en ce que tu
Ah, Jubi, Mara. What it Chambing on the
Page 17 now for English.
Oh, then Chambing was some Deva and some Simba Sampotins, Sympathy, Tata need song. Tata ne son the Simchan Samara Nyamba Gongos water, Tata Kong Hubana Yitri. The Simchan Deva and some sympathy, count of those Gongo. That's it. So change here for you in the count of Gongo. Sometimes that's a chamber gomna, the young son at Chongsi, the young Gumdani also come. The chamber is a show cheer the children, the control shed on my show chunks and Rosigra.
So the more we meditate on love, compassions, the more we are able to reduce our attachments and anger. And so the first sentence reads as, the essence of love is basic kindness. This means longing for all sentient beings to have happiness and the causes of happiness.
That remarks on the Lando Kanzanga, Tinchi, Pamala, Chamba Michiva, Pemba Chumuchiba, Chamba Jiva Yobe, Bena Rank Trosam, Buguni, Gavala, Mega, so champing over Zedit, Gomes, what is on door, what that? Chitansi, Joban Defense of Wong, Chechundam Rate, Champana Becha Picha Yomar, she does the Manchis Mar Gomes, Lapshurwa. Then that's a Kajite Mala, Sevashira Yomaris. So that's a tiny hoscom regrets. What is on
and in all Buddhist texts, they primarily suggest to meditate on love, but this is a little unique in Jiten Somgwe commentary, where it suggests that if you have a less love for your own mothers, then you can also meditate on the one that you have more love. And then as the second paragraph of the page number 17 reads, this intention should be cultivated along with equanimity, starting with one's present mother and expanding out to embrace all beings equally. There are some individuals who find it difficult to feel love for their kind parents, but you can cultivate love even for those who have not benefited you much. You can think of your lovers or your child that you love and cherish from your heart.
And in
then, so gradually you can meditate on them as instance of love, and in that way, single-pointedly cultivate and grow your love. Gradually, you can expand it out to include all sentient beings.
我的前半中文词呢，这年好嘛，他们去处理没就完中文意思。我的前半中文词在等于他的工作群话，这年好嘛，苍嘛的在用把它工作上的前半中文词的是吧
？So the sign your cultivation of love has been successful is that when you do not feel any bias or discrimination among beings, whether they are appearing as your enemies, loved ones, or strangers.
我的这趟经呢，做在处理我来的这趟给拍马的本期的，所以要不去要他的苍马的用个的话，通常呢在在要说所以要不的去给的，那把其他当个嘛话。听你们这趟听用个的话，听去，因为他苍马的在这年也完没了，我是其他们在要不有的。俺说这扎的是在扎，俺度假在送年的是在亚送的在恰当听那的，但俺说别个来忙不有的，个来忙不有的，这个这说对我有嘛来的，可是呢，这年忙不进也完事都过了。我这从年把是工作呢，说三的喜欢的对吧？那也出票，说别从看通他从嘛，朝着通给的，朝着通给的没呢。我这个呢，一没有去传统的，我们在通的我这要不用给过强你给今年出来的呢，没上面通的我这用个话。
By nature's physically, so we are inclined to have much intimacy and love towards our own mothers, and that is this for human beings as well as also the same case for animals. But however, the bias that you might have toward other human beings, if you can bridge that bias of your love toward other, even including your enemy, that is the height of your practice.
我真的几次没来这边这种的。强谈人家公共意思的，光强人家他说有种不公平意思。我这公对真的让人这把几你提，让着他先生这样，人把他把几送提死的，我说。
As Jetsumila stated that he meditated on love and compassion, and it helped him to dispel his grasping to self and to others.
这种多参对的，我的这一年恰当什么的，让现在让瞧下先瞧当，对让人你的恰当他的穷苦，这就是没了是几送是的，那恰当什么先送的给家人。
咱们先送不了，
没办法，先吧，先送的没办法。
And so the only where your biasness toward enemies and all other peoples, and by bringing all of them as one being, is be able to done with the meditation on love, where that encompasses even your enemies.
我真的他这里听说到就是穷那钱的去买讲吃了，现在这七八有是，我这里的。
So you can look at the last sentence here. If you feel discrepancies between your feelings of love and caring toward different sentient beings, you should reflect as follows. My mother of this present life has been my enemy in other lifetimes.
我的他这他说给这帮人马上去马七八有的是，他的马蹄给这七八有的是，可这年天有嘛的是。我这给这的给嘛马骑的有呢，他的给马那一啦这说法去各去讲有的是，我这就这么当的光过的是。
So you have to keep in mind, and when you meditate on love, you with these things in mind, that your present mother might have been your enemy in the previous life, and your previous enemies might have your mother's vice versa. So the roles changes. The enemies could have been your mother, and the mother could have been your enemies. So you, with that kind of attitudes, you meditate on love without any bias toward anyone.
我们嘛，这可是泡泡疙瘩呀，那世界有的是泡泡家伙的泡泡疙瘩呀，那世界多。他们常见有是送是吧？
So there's an anecdote in early times in India, someone called Papa Gada.
Gadayana.
Gadayana.
Kung Matsanje Nam, Song Yosara, Matsanje Nam, Royosari. The Maja Yosara, Bookjay Bandi Yosara, Bookse Bankalanya, Bukura.
So he went to a home a long time ago in India, and then he went into a home and where he finds a dad is holding a child in his lap.
Oh, then go Shazi said it was Shazi sa. The Robert so Chijik, the Sashosar, Chitalon, Gapchon, the Sankosa, the Robert Saya, Chitty Yunkosar, Chayura.
And then he is eating meat, and then there's a dog nearby, and he's feeding a bone to the dog.
The drought Gapchon the town bed, don't into the Sikosarwa. Chital Gapchon Ratan, Robert Sana, be Gapchon the town shows Gachon.
And the man is insulting or abusing the dog for eating the meat, the bone.
Or that he Shasa Nyada since Nyat Carson, the Jevangama Koran Party Jevaris, Koran Payora, Park Jevati Shasayati, Shade.
So the meat that he is consuming is the meat of his father in previous life. Was born into in the previous life. It was a previous life. Father was born a rebirth, give rebirth into in the life of a fish. And the dog was the birth of a reborn into from his mother's. So the dog was the rebirth of his mother. And the child he was holding up in his lap was his enemy in the previous life. And so the worldly beings, that when we live in this worldly samsara, this is the reality of our how everything happens.
So we will continue with
the page 19 in the first sentence up there. It reads, "My enemy in this life has treated me with kindness and benefited me in previous lives as my own mother. Keep applying yourself to that cultivation of love for all beings until you can see all of them without discrepancy as your own mother." So it is with the cultivation of love for all beings we generate happiness and joy. So we will continue to read the next sentence, paragraph here. "The benefit is that it becomes a source of well-being and happiness for yourselves and others. Although we might find it difficult to meditate on love in this way, we must diligently strive in its cultivation as best we can, as it's necessary that we abandon all harms to others."
소소 챈바지 카운터도 공고 그것이 공투피면다나 심지어는 노제 맞이です 노제 지나 소소 덴디비트 소소 미용 거래 제다 소소 되게 안 노제 당한 거래 소소 동안용 거래.
So we should do our best to meditate on love, and if with being kind-hearted to others. But if we can't cultivate love for others, we should abstain from harming others, because when you harm others, you will get the result for yourselves. It will be the negative results. You will reap the negative results for yourself.
The Jisumala repeats on Rande Tamchi Shan Jones, Randeva Tamchi Shan Jungaris, Shantan, not to take it, Shantan or Karina, someone Shantan or Rande Tamchi Shan in those, Champagne Tamchi Rande Jews, Shan Pembajin, Randeva Jungaris. But nobody in around days, nobody in around sorts of rank around Dungdale and Ores, Cousin Dribut around me, who one nobody out in Drib, but nobody in around days. The Champagne around Deva Juris.
As Jitsumala stated, so all our own well-being and happiness is dependent from others. And so the welfare of others is also a welfare for one's own individual happiness. And when you harm others, then you bear negative consequences.
Ranki Lula Pelon, La Siana Noba Majiji, so the Ranki Luta. This is Ran Dunga and Doshmadota, and I sent but Dungan Dogmar. Dungan don't cancel your marriage. Visit of Sajan, I put Dungan Dogmar, some of the victims and Rogere. Think you must contemplate city. Ran Bechandas, Ranki Lupo, Sama Chun, so a bit Sagarwa, the Himbala Tenayore. But think you must Shantella.
As Buddha has said, by comparing it to our own individual physical well-beings, as no one of us desires suffering, so the same is the same is for all other animals. And as we can read out the third sentences, which clearly says, we should see that the desires for our own well-being and happiness and all others' desire for their own happiness is exactly the same. We should understand as well that just as ourselves have the wish to be free from suffering, so too do all other sentient beings, as Buddha said. And when you harm someone, you are creating one enemies. And so in that way, there's a never-ending enemy. And the only way is to cultivate love and compassion to others. And that is the only way to get rid of any enemies that you might have.
Chunda Sinata, the Chuleka Lenya, the Sobe, Gale Mambo Jan, the Metsomata, Chintunga Outlet, the sort of her. Law and law, some can't Sobe, Gale Mambo Jago for her. Then also Metsotin there, and combine the Lamina Somata. You can Mambo, then the Leka Lenya, the Sobe, Gale Mambo Ja. Then the Mambo Yoreta, the Junkong, the Sama, the Song Kang, New Tea Sama, the Jay, then the Jimba, then there's one. What they do, teach some of the Shan, then the Shan, then get it is.
So here, the last sentences, before we go over the last sentence, let me read the first one we missed. We should look to our own situation as an example, and doing so we will bring no harm to others. So the last one explains about how we live in an interdependent world, how we are so dependent. And the last sentence suggests here, when we consider it, we see that all the things that we ourselves uses and enjoy, such as water, good roads, electricity, our homes and other beings, etc., come about through the efforts and kindness of others. So we are so dependent on others for our own happiness and well-being.
주장 때는 뒤까지 이제 아주 이제 말한 점은 이제 요거는 접하서 깔래 마보지 않 뒤주는 거로 어떻게 주장 마보된 이제 다시 이제 때는 맞아 요 말이다.
So we need to understand that everything is interdependent. For example, if you are going to get vegetables, you have to think of how the vegetables comes into existence. It is through the hard labor of farmers that we are able to enjoy vegetable. And similarly, for butters that we enjoy, it is also through the hard labor and efforts from the nomads that we are able to enjoy, and it's all dependent on others. And we turn to page 21 for English. And so we will read the first sentence here. So basically, of all of one's well-being and happiness come about through reliance upon others. If we were alone in the world, sustaining ourselves and living well and prosperity would be quite impossible.
Tene kadam koma de tazonwa lams tamba ke lojong sigi setsegi che yora shologa ti nam te yora keta jarka shana chi chonta pongka rang kor se je yoro wata tazo be kadam tazo changshop sen lo shi woze jang yoro ngima kadam koma tazo watindi da ze shana ze ya chi te so dog chi nan digres watona rong terwa wata tendu ma so changshop sen
Yeah. And so in Kadampa Laruntampi, in the 8 verses of training the mind, there is one particular verses which it tells you And in that, in the training of mind, in the 8 verses of Laruntampa, it talks about give your victories and triumph all to others, and then acquire or sufferings and all others to you. So it's all about putting others before self.
Tene tateri da nipa de ningje gomba ningje gom sune chamba le ningje jes ningje te simjian tam ji dong ar tang che wan do bai nan bai yin zong duo.
And so in the second one here, we are going to talk about how to meditate on compassions. And compassion is the embodiment of a strong desire to dispel all sufferings from other people, from other beings.
That's Karsana. That chamber simjian deva de ya aksam no dang yorang na sudare. Deva de ya gona ninge dungar ta che korwa me. Dungar che matom na deva de ya yo mara. The ninge dungar che wan do bis sam no dang ya trwa.
And so compassion is born from love and caring, and it is defined as the longing for suffering beings to be free from sufferings. And so meditating on the love of our mothers, and then if she was enduring the immeasurable pain and sufferings, how could you not help but feel compassion for her? Would you want to help her, to rescue her from her sufferings? So that's how we meditate on mothers. compassion.
我他看住光过去是那别强着想呢，他妈的在先他这的大人来说刚把那话教起来这么当，我的呢先大人讲的刚把那话教起来，然后呢没错误能扎起的那种，然后呢去长木能有起的那种，我听住这么当的妈的听住刚刚起的听住这么当，我在广南呢听住光过有。 我在这边在那些人，他参加长年是说接7月年吧，长月年吧，有吧？他说接的了，都是7月吧，说妈记了，有妈的什么的人家光过去。
So, with the belief that all sentient beings have been your mother at one time, and that's the reasons that we meditate on our mothers. And so when you meditate on compassion and love, think of all people who have been suffered from the cut of a knife, or like from burns, or from extreme hot weathers or extreme cold temperatures, so that they suffer from all elements, and you meditate on compassion and love with a longing to free them from all those sufferings.
我的可是那参加的节的是长年的节的，你把这说节的，什么前从那让妈记的是有妈的在那一动画用的怎么当的？And
so those who were born in the realms of like extreme coldness and extreme hot, where they are suffering great. And so you have a strong desire to suffer, to free them from those sufferings, and that's the way you meditate on love and carings. 我这个呢，就是让阿妈的啥样，同样没吧？这别刚年吃的，苏过就我吃，我他等于就我媳妇在吃，啥样同样去了没吧？我他等于刚年吃的了，怎么当？ 我的电脑一个一大那边什么钱，他说咱让你们妈记得要买来上，我等于怎么当时在光过去，他说东俺吃那上。Like the sufferings from lack of food, drink, same like the hungry ghosts suffer. So, and then you will also meditate on love and compassion for even for those hungry ghosts, with the belief that they even also have been your mother at one time.
我这个东西是让阿妈的先别加了忙不给，这个东他就怕拉说就心中他就怕有了他就东亚中的，这家群中这那天样中他就前天就去的了，这同桌那的什么讲他说，当年嘛让妈记了马上他同桌他说加了忙不给东的，让不去他说家去天这么的几个有了他。 我在那一带说阿妈吃起来什么的呢？但那同桌他说，他基本上马上去妈记了要买来上，我就说他人家光过去。
And then also meditate on compassions for those beasts of burdens, the animals that are grossly abused by peoples, such as that they suffer from beatings, suffering from like putting a lot of loads on them, and that they are used to plow the fields, and then and so on. So imagine that your mother, that those animals also have been at one point of a time your mother, and then also meditate and compassion for the suffering that they are experiencing, and then have a desire to free them from those sufferings.
我真的这个东西给他在上个阿妈的被俺做三通，有点三通，通不的，通让通不，他就有把通，吹响通不，他就看了嘛，啥着有把那种怎么当？ 这当那嘛啥呢？要他俩个来看不有吧？我这可是那他突然他没拉说吧？他说他接的那嘛眼松松接这个哇，我这就听可吧嘛他呢，我这就去怎么当呢？这光过去了，我的。
And as you meditate, then also imagine that, visualize that your mother is at the edge of a big pit. and about to fall from that pit. And then, so with that, you have a strong desire to free them from that sufferings if the fall occurs.
我今天当我做成就什么当呢？我在这里，他可是马在外面来，我呢，他的钱包公办那些钞货，那么钞么，他可是可能说在外去后头嘛，那这是。
And then, in the case that where you have a little difficulty in generating love and meditating love for your own mother, then you can meditate on love for those that are the most closest to you, your dear and near ones.
我今天我做第一次我们家还认识你的。
And now we will do a little practice on meditating on compassions.
tene ta ningje kumde ningje nipa ningje kumju chambale ningje jes ningje terwate ton sason sabe ben ma de lanji kana rama mi be dongar pa do mi banyoma ni je la meche slamdo te ton sarbe
Rela.
tene ta ni tsani de sari dala ning de zebe margen de nam dongar cheli thar cha nyamde yu cha nyam yu cheli chendu ke namba 닝제 땡겐지 도장롱 정도 어디 주카스는 동아르세 주테 메게르와 어디 어디 트렌도 스타잠도 삼고서
So now we can turn to page 23 for English. And we're talking about meditations, meditating on compassions. And the first statements read here, so that you feel a longing for all beings who have been your own loving and kind mothers to be free from suffering and its causes. So the causes that it talks here is all your negative actions.
ngaran tubo chadre zam topa chene donga dogres tonda donga dogres tene ji thre ne dikwa chi jibo chi ya chi tin sanda dikwa chi gres be chanda siana ta ma kha chi jibo dang ya chi simjian su tan ru chi ge wa mo ne chin ti jute donga ri jure te so so ji thre ne dikwa chi do chi jo ne donga drops o do chi so ne donga dogres tubo chadre zam ta ze so so dikwa chi nga dubu cha ro ne ni ma jin sam de kwa na chi ne so ji bo so ta ma chi ko de ngo ni chin dong a drom ro ko res wa ta tan dong le dong a ju te mo xie go zo ta ju te ta me ge wa ni ba ta ha ko go ro ko so
Du de kar tam bu
do to na do
la na
to sa to pa na ro so to pa ha la ko dubu cha ro ge sam ne do to dong a drops dong a ka drops na 동아 교수 몇개 줬어요. 다시 오늘 제가 두고 찾아서 집어서야 시스템 몇개 줬어요. 오늘 진짜 집부터 동아래.
So it is our the sense of doubt for sufferings, for fear of becoming sufferings. We are sowing the seeds of happiness in reality, but at the same time, those people who seek happiness. Then they ended up committing no virtuous act, such as for seeking happiness through parties and through killing animals. In reality, we are committing no virtuous act there. That's what Jesu Mila said.
tene jolam kan chi jang yang tu yang simjian nam la chamba goms wada jolam kare chi na de simjian nam la gom gores wada cham ni je gom gore so bo de jolam kare na nga so da ze xedang zhong ze lang hu samta xedang lang hu de xedang lang hu de this mo sin tu ma re si singa zo chamba this ke chim bo re chamba yora 젠바치야. 그래서 젠바도 있으시나? 한테 해당 오시나? 그 해당도 유릉보 내게 말해. 근데 유릉보 내도 말해. 해당거나 유통통매 요마디 있으디가나 파티 삼노 당토나 그 해당 신조 그래. 유릉보 내도 말거나.
So meditating on our conduct, our actions, and here it talks about the negative emotions that we generate, such as angers and so on. And if we are able to meditate and be mindful of our negative emotions, and mostly our negative emotions are temporary, it will not be long-lasting. So as we can move to the next one here, even when you experience this kind of compassion in your own meditation sessions, you should keep cultivating compassion at all time, thinking of all sentient beings throughout your day-to-day activities as well. When your compassion has reached the state at which you feel equal compassion for all and see no disparity, then turn the focus of your meditation towards strangers and beings to whom you feel indifference. So what is great compassion? It is thinking to yourself that all beings are my dear friends. By meditating in this way, the compassion that longs for those experience excruciating suffering to be free from suffering naturally will arise equally toward all beings in your mind.
So
when you have generated this great compassions, your own small issues, small sufferings would be nothing because you have a stronger desire to alleviate the sufferings of others. With that holistic thinking and approach, made your own small suffering indifferent or not much. And we will now turn to page 25. The third stage is meditation bodhicitta. We will read the first paragraph here. If uncontrived love and compassions are born in our mind stream, from them arises the desire to become a Buddha only for the sake of mother sentient beings. The desire for enlightenment is completely stainless, for it is free from the defilements of self-cherishing nature, free from any selfish motive whatsoever. This is what is called precious bodhicitta. It is only through generating bodhicitta mind, then you are able to attain Buddhahood. And generating bodhicitta means endless love, infinite love for all those who are suffering, all mother sentient beings.
你说是，大家当时强调什么的，举办到是也把认识个的，我们路上里马举的嘞，什么单位举办是这，这同米的马举的嘞，加钱举办是，他举办认证是有的。
Yeah. So bodhicitta is categorized into two, and there's this. 这么就落下个的。To categorize according to the instance, there's the aspiring level of bodhicitta with a commitment to result, and there's the engaging aspect of the bodhicitta with a commitment to the cause. Those are the two categories of bodhicitta. Yeah, so the two lineage. So we should take our vows from our root lama who holds a vow lineage that is an unbroken stream originating from the perfect Buddha and who is knowledgeable and experienced in the bodhicitta, bodhisattva vehicles, teaching and practices.
공부 루로는 말주들 사모대베 주바세 제시 하고 살아베
티 하고 살아고
야
사모대베 주인다
사모대베 주바세 가나 나들 다티문데 신시에 근도 아 통일 주들 주바니 요런다 야 버드즈다 초레니지 상 상가 레니지만 this 나간스나 this 레니지 가담 바 레니지 아드샤 감보바 this 레니지 초 레니지스 로와 어디 지당친 단이 문주간 예완세당 치파서인데 다디 존중도 노도 존중 하고요 존중 장초 선배 존중 선도와
그래서
존중 하고요
존중대 칼라기고
힌디 대왕 보드사파
힌디 대왕
힌디 대왕 보드사파서 그러와
그래서
어디 나온다이나 장초 선배 모바든 주판이 있어다 단나라 모반 주판이 예와 선도와 모바든 주판이 돼 모바스에 배창다 사자진 조 삼백 삼노요 받더라 모바스 장초 샘셀라 그랬다 루로를 말주들 나간즈난 말 레니지 나간즈난 말 레니지로와 사자진 조 삼바데 배창다는 가서 제가 dorjee 대한 점에서 내 컨트롤 삼나 대 모바 장초 샘스 어떤 주파스나 생고스 로야스리다 어디 심체 동단 가서 그 참니지 장초 샘스 고함 삼나 대모바리 대 심체 동오스 레카지 바로 침바 초라서 레카지 하던 주파 장초 샘리 하고 손
so there are two according two lineages based on two lineages of how to meditate on bodhicitta. According to Nagarjuna, the lineage it propounds on the great desire to take the journeys to move forward, and then there's also the second one based on Shantideva. Yeah, so Nagarjuna or Shantideva, that's the one lineage. Yeah, and so that's where the bodhicitta is like you have a strong desire to make a journey, such as a strong desire to make a pilgrimage to Bodh Gaya. And then when you with that strong desire and you make it materialized and fulfill that strong desire and its goal, and then you do it with the intentions that it's all for the sentient beings.
我的身边从我下边离开我下的了，就怕强修什么事。
And then when you actually make it happens, when you are putting it in action, that is the bodhicitta in actions.
我真的在这阿三个是同米的哇，同米，阿三个那么多。我阿三个嘛就的，之前就把世界有拉松，我第就把今天这种人，第那别讲那真多，对，可是呢，我也呢。 强调是目标是只有他们家话的，强调是就把就了他们家话是，只有这开始是那上街托上把这目标强调是不是？你那上街托把钱是我做业，别讲你那多，那着不来的，当然别讲的，学长，送把这么多，我在这里，学长送把那多。 你那大当嘛去别着，那边去别给，他说他们进去别花出去吧，去把他们去做去别，马南怕他娘别身边他们去，对吧？他这样东莞他吃牛子那没把养他把做呗，强求人不去，他把钱是对，但只有他们家吧，但就怕强求什么的，没把强求什么，只有他把钱是只有上街的吧，他把钱是的，但他没把强求什么的强求的，这有的了的，第一期上马计划弄啊，一送给我了过时间多，我这就他们家吧，但你那的同米的嘛，就的这路说起呢，那就怕强求什么，就给我了哇，我这就怕强求什么强，但第一步没就你这。
And in the prayer book on page 3, it talks about the altruistic motivations and action bodhicitta praise. And it clearly talks about those two things. So we can read it out. What is the altruistic motivations? It is all mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hit me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience. Might they experience happiness, be separate from suffering, and swiftly I will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood. So that is the altruistic motivations.
哦，真的，这药就是给我是吧？给我，就怕强求什么的就给我，是他的别讲的那些，别讲的那。
And then in page 3, it also followed the action bodhicitta prayers. And and you can read it on time here. Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with the body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with the body, speech, and mind. From now until this time, tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with the body, speech, and mind.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's okay. Don't you? Young Tapa for the Sanjane, Zavaju, Lama, Jumachiba, Chancho Sembe, Denula Keba, Legan goes, what that Chancho Sem, Domba, Salam, Domba, the unity. So what the Chamni, the Chancho Sem, so Chancho Sem, Domba Manyam, the Zar language, so Lama, Chancho Sem, Domba, and the Ambajik Zar. On the
So, to reiterate the two categories, of aspiring level of bodhicitta, there is this commitment to the result, and then there is the engaging aspect of the bodhicitta with a commitment to the cause. So those are the two categories that we earlier mentioned. And then it followed with the last paragraph here. We should take our vows from our root lama who holds a vow lineage that is an unbroken stream originating from the perfect Buddha, and who is knowledgeable and experienced in the Bodhisattva vehicles, teaching, and practices.
Oh, the Lama Chancho Sam Tang, the Becha, then Chancho Sam Domba Naya Chuga, Nyamlachi has in Kepa Yoba, or Central Domba Lantom, your race.
Yeah. And so taking a vow from a root Guru Lama who has this unbroken lineage, it makes a difference and it matters.
Oh, then the Harita, Chancho Sam gave it Zaba Junzi, Jazaja, Chancho Sam Dizin, Yonsungove Jeta, but Mizik, but there to Chova Chimbo Pervanjoro, Chibe to Chancho Sam Samjana, Deva need to yap gaba pushing, Sanam over Joros Lando, the Malo Shandixeta.
And we will turn to page 27, and the first paragraph, we will read that out. Once we have given rise to bodhicitta, even a small virtuous act, because it is saturated by bodhicitta intention, becomes sealed by this bodhicitta and expands to become a vast root of virtue.
That the Karsana Jetanchina, Chanjo Semtic, Yuna give a Karazana give a top chimbo pair to Grace, or top chimbo pair, give a Shimba Nupachi Grace, Chanjo Semte.
So when you generate bodhicitta, whatever merits that you accumulate has a multiple effect. It can be multiples.
Or then the Dikasina, Dikat Pajan to Biala. I think how you raise the Pajan to Grace.
And generating bodhicitta also helps you to jump to listen. So generating bodhicitta can also eliminate or dispels your sins or no virtuous acts.
And
even at the time of death, when you can generate bodhicitta, and then your death can also be peaceful and calm.
And even at the these color couple your in that's a tambo con this so Yamnachi, Jansh Dojina, the chamber sort of chambek chamgrava. This computer on your work, so computer on you to do that is congressman. That is the young bus chong in the Cabia and the young by the chong in the color, the chitties and thick on this color couple your the Tatakon has on Yamnati see. What's the cheat on that? Go to do that. The hot computer on till then, go till there.
As death might seems to be a fearful event, and if you have familiarize yourselves with the generation of bodhicitta, it can even help you at time of your death. And death is a very tragic, and when you at the time of your death, you are filled with angers. And all those aversions or negative emotions, then it could lead you to rebirth into a lower realms. And so therefore, practicing generating bodhicitta when you in good time can help you to have a smooth death or peaceful endings even at time of your own death, because you have already have the impact of your previous practice or your regular practices.
Well, the Junju not the song you watch, Junju you watch, she did one but Sefas and Dora. Tina Carson, Shedan Sungu Samchana, Yin Shiva and Yamanu, so what I Shedan Sungu Jayona, the eat Shivazos, Yomaris, Samt Shivazos, Yomaris, Shedank, Natsa Sungus and Natsan or Shedank Natsan on the Yona, Yin Shiva and Yamanu, the eat Samt Shivazos, Chuntuvia Yomaris. Gatan Deva Metops, Gava Tukumaris, Devazo, Yungumaris, Soso Be, Made Gangi, Soso Jula. What's in it? Gatan Deva Metop, Nimamoshi Demos, Ni to Kukumaris, Siana Nikuya, no Gilda, cause the Soso Shedana, they pass it, Jaji, you, Zamtizam, the Dante, the Niku to your money. This support is all that Dempo Yoma, Asanda Yon Cigarette, and you, what is on the one? In
Shantidevar, it talks about when your mind is consumes of angers, attachments, and then it's difficult to attain any sense of peace and tranquility at time of death. and which will not result anything positive for you. And people with angers always it does not generate any positive things for them instead of harms to their own physical well-beings.
我的那这前把你这强求相当点把送呢，我先把这波用给了呢，可对呢，我对我这波用的苏芬出点呢，偏给了，可是呢，先对我这波呢，刘三你碰着我钱包有了，天对，先对起用呢，苏芬出点压来的，所先对来的，毛不偏多有了，天对，马上说这强你这强求先是特别人堂钱包那个差的有的是。
And so generative bodhicitta mind is a very valuable thing because there's always connections between the body and the mind. And when your mind is in a state of calm and peace, it will also bring benefits to your physical well-beings as well.
我真的，我他研究听到这种。除非现在这种呢，这他们去讲堂这是，除非现在没把说通呢，讲现在没把哇，没把说通呢，这他们去没把说啥的，是说这要嘛的是什么？做我的说就除非现在把讲过的呢，是他讲的说的起他们把使用的哇。
And as it's stated in Shantideva, when you are able to dispel all your negative emotions. And then with that, you are also getting rid of any seemingly enemies that you might have.
我在中外呢，在中外呢要有的强求心理。这几天中共总有的，就按几天中共开始中国的，中外我可能没用强求心，中外，但是说这，我的在这他这那说弄的些那个哇，他这弄的些，我都是中外的要有的强求心理。可是呢，强你这强求心理有呢，先别弄把鸡头过来，可是呢，怕说他了，先皮娃的强出来，所以强求心理不用呢。
And even in Jidin Songwe, it also tells about when you are able to generate bodhicittas, any outward elements or harms would not affect you because people who have the ability to generate bodhicitta minds can influence the impact of those external harms that might come to you.
And
there's an anecdote of Jetsumila Rupa from... Yeah, there's a place called Nishams in Tibet. Or in Nepal. Nisham. And he was meditating there for a long time. And one day he heard the barking of a dog. And Jetsumila thought, okay, what is happening today? And he came out at the edge of a cave. And at that time, he spotted deers that's running towards him with the body fully it's all over in sweat. Okay, yeah. And then at that time, Jetsumila delivered hymns or sings.
Yeah. And
with the hymns that bled out from Jetsumila, has a tremendous calming effect on the deer that was running, and the deer immediately calmed and sit next to Jetsumila on the right side.
Right side, yeah.
And then a red hound or dog was chasing the animals after, and that was also approached there. And then again, Jetsumila played out a rendered hymn, and that too has a very calming effect on the hound, and the hound started to wag the tail. And then the dog lay down to the left side of Jetsumila. And then after that, a man with a black complexions, with a tremendous anger, he was running toward them. And the hunter, or the one who was running, the man, was very agitated, and he was angry, thinking that Jetsumila cast a spell on the two animals there. And then the hunter says that you, the guy, this to referring to Yogi, you are sometimes higher on mountaintop, at other times I see you lower in the plains, and then your presence is almost everywhere. So I really want to kill you with an arrow. And the arrow was he accidentally let go the arrow, and however the arrow didn't shoot the target. And then the hunter thought that I have never missed my target, and so there must be something going on now here, and he believed that it must be because the yogi is something exceptional, or there must be some reasons, and then he wanted to find out what was the reasons, and then he came and sat in the cave there. And then the hunter started to have some faith in the yogi, and because of the yogi meditating on bodhicitta, it has such a calming effect on both the animals, as well as help the hunter to subside his angers and rage. And then the hound has a great desire, anger. Yeah, the haunt has a great anger, and then because of the yogi's meditation on bodhicitta, it has helped to control that great angers for the haunt, as well as the deer was very faithful, and it also helped the deer to calm down.
Yeah, maybe now this break, lunch, right?
We will take a break. The 12 o'clock is lunch times, right? Yes. Yeah, so we will take a break for lunch now. And what time is our afternoon? 2 o'clock?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So we will do the dedications now.
Page 159 is English.
159.
English. By the virtue, right? By the virtues, right?
By we will do the dedication. By the virtues collected in the 3 times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate roots of virtue, Maya and all sentient beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Drupon Ratnashari, who is the omniscient Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara. So we will have a question-answer sessions, and we will have that in the afternoon sessions when we come back.
So everyone can pick up a share and join Drupon for lunch.
closer to here. It's about 10 minutes. Wow, but today there's people coming over to drain the pool, the swimming pool, so I'll be able to see exactly the pool is inside. I'll be back. She was here last night. Yeah, she was Christina. But she come tomorrow. Today is her friend's, let's say, 29 days. I think we moved to close to the temple, like two houses down. So we're busy with that temple more than here. Okay, I'll see you.
Tanga so Shorani Zarukwa. Watani Zaruk Jokes and Drain Sanam and Nebi Chancho Sambantana Goncho Sumna Medicine, Chepar Gente, Chancho Simba Simbate, Jervan Jorvaino, Slando, Temalo and Sata.
In page 27, we will continue to read the last paragraph there. At the time of death, carried onward by Bodhisattva, we will continue to traverse to happier and happier states, our minds filled with joy. In the best case scenario, we will become perfectly awakened Buddha. In the mentally scenario, we will become realized Bodhisattvas on the bhumis and paths. And in the worst case scenario, we will be inseparable from the three jewels and reborn in an extraordinary realm. Thus, no matter what, with Bodhisattva, we will become victorious. So we are talking about the three preliminaries of the fivefold Mahamudra, and in the preliminary there are three types. And now, after going over the preliminary, now we move to the mean practices, and we talk of when we move into the primary stage of the training on the fivefold path, we have the practices of meditating on the deity, accomplishing the Lama Guru Yoga and Mahamudra meditation practice. And the heart of the practice is here, as meditating on the deity. It said, if one's body, the king of deities, is not stabilized on this unchanging ground, the retaining of the darkness will not assemble. Attend with the diligence, therefore, to the body as the yidam, and embody the aggregates and elements as the primordially established victorious deity. So, and as continues, one's body, the aggregates, elements, and sense sources have primordially been the deity king of form. Intrinsically, for instance, one's five physical aggregates are the five Buddha families, and the body's five elements are the five female consorts. They have been thoroughly established in this way from the very beginning. And we will continue on page 31 for English. The first sentence, paragraph, it reads, as this is the case, clearly visualizing and generating one's own form in the manner of it is primordially existent and established nature, which is that of the deity. Awareness, Bodhisattva, is the king of generations. And in order to purify the conceptions of the fixating to the deity as ordinary, we meditate on the deity with clear, lucid, and stable deity pride in the development stage meditation. The king of the meditations, this meditation practice is that which established us as the embodiment of one who sees the kingdom. If through remaining unshakable form from the unwavering confidence of the ground awareness self-manifesting as the form of the deity, one seizes the stronghold of the stable pride of the deity, then the mother Daknis issue forth and assemble, and samsara and nirvana are brought forth under one's control.
What the Jerem Gumiat, that Chancho Sem Latian, that Jerem to Gongo, Jerem to Gumdu, Tambo the Chancho Sem to go. Chancho Sem Chong Yedam Las, this Chancho Sem Litor, the Yedam Lat Gongo race. Tina Yosamaritan.
As thus one becomes the embodiment of the readiness of the victorious one. World lotion de gure.
No, Tinamado.
Loso. Jim go to Jim Java.
Jerem to Gumiat, Tambo the Chancho Sem to Latiana, Las Gongo, Jerem and Haji Arvasola.
Jidum Jas, Jidum
Jerem, the Jerem Gumias, Lamo, Yedam Gumia, La Gumia, Jerem, Giberemba.
Loso.
Jerem has it in Doa. Go to the Karsena. Yedam. What the Jerems and the Giberembas, Jerems and the Lagumia, Lord, social Lagumiat.
Yeah.
Lagumia, the Karsana Chancho Sem, Janet, Latagum is.
So, with the generation of Bodhicitta, you meditate on the deities.
What the Chitine, what the Chancho Sem, the Mina, Las Gomna, the young tablet, lamps and Drogomaris.
And without generating bodhicitta, and you meditate on the guru, on the deity, then it is not a practical way of doing it.
Oh, then, Karsana, that Chancho Santa then besides the Gomdi Dona, the Yihilagos, till then, Susura Chinam Jotuat, Pengaris.
And by meditating on deity and then through generating bodhicitta, and then you can meditate on the deity, and with that you will get the blissful result.
Oh, that's Bechanda Siana, Jisudumanda was a Gomiona, Jisudumanda, the Gomiona, then had it that a Siva says Sivochina, Tagomgo, so Sivochi. The Jitan Sosu Takargom and read it, so that Bechanda doesn't get Becha and Jisudumanda as a gon, Latigundo, Chansen, or the Soseo, Chinagomgo Shores.
You might meditate on any diet, but if you meditate on Tara, you have to visualize to have a very clear image of the physical forms, the complexions, and so on. So that you have to have a very clear reflections and image of what you are meditating on.
Or the Sivochi, the Sivo Nana Tekoshore, Nala Rangi Madropas, Nala Rangi Madrop, the listener, Bechandasan Jana, Jahan Jai, Ranasan Jah. Jatin Tondor, say Chandaman, only trouble in Tond, Tondakan Rangi Trobio, Marwa. What an answer, Gomgushore.
And so meditating on such deities, such as the rainbows that you observe in the sky, which is very, very clear and has as its forms, it reflects.
Well, that's just something I was the Gunda don't that's San don't that Jan social and don't. What you can eat remote hill and don't that is so and don't remember. Young shut out of the remember. What then Jan Sondas come for this or take us in. We put similar Ziba Miba Chakra Zirahima drop.
And the thing that you meditate on are not something that is constructed of blood and bone. It is or nor any drawings or statues, but it has to be something formless, such as the rainbows.
On some Lati Chansen the on some of these Rinchen so he can't net up cheap for this.
So the most important thing is your efforts to be able to concentrate and focus on the deities that you meditate on, and with further efforts to gain certain clarities of what you are meditating on.
Tamarba Hakoya. Tamarba Sanjitanga to the Yoruban Tamaba. La member of Juman or Yora. Tamarba stick, Nami, Shemba, Padoya, Chitres. Curson Tamiba, the Langas, Nama, the Shemba, Chapa Mambo Yorua, Najan Sopa, Tamik, Najan Padoya, Chitres, and Lat Gongo. Curson Tami, Nama, Shemba, Zola, Chatan Mosom, Summer, the Lat Gondin, Chatan Mosom to the Chong to Pala, down to the
The reasons to meditate on the deity is it's unlike the ordinary beings who are filled with the old negative emotions and destructive emotion. The deity is the one that is that one who do not possess any of those negative emotions. And in a perfect state.
Oh, that Jisumela repeats on Carsons and Gorjee in Gortina Carsons and Dayadam Jerem Goms and Stanga Yadam Lat Gom Betus. Lu Nanton Hanan Janson Das, Lu Nanton Hanan Janson, it is Hanan Janson Hakuro, and Janson Das. I tell him was only Pizabasis, and then Janson was in the Yomara. Most in the Yamedit, the Sebastian Chapan or Chapat Meadows, Chapasi, Chados, you are Chapa 6, Sebasi, Srawa, 6 and a Meva Chas on the Gitarwa.
As Milarepa has said, that when he meditates on the Yidam deity, the Yidam?
Yidam Jerem Goms, Lagom Sonas, Jerem Sentlagom Yarwa. Jerem Goms and Lun Nanton, Hanan Jansona, Lun Susulupote, Nama, Nansen, Nansen Ton de Gitarwa, Tonsen, Tombarangi Maro, Tombarawa, or Nanton Hanan, Tan Janson, Hanan Janson, Hanansen, Tanamkala, in Janson, Janson Sanchara, or Tanajis, and Janson Tanaji Trobio Marathon Tonder. Or Tentamoris, telling was in Doya Maris, Janson was on Medu, that's about seasons, Sebastian Chapar, Sarat, some Zitri.
So when you meditate on the Yida deity and you have the concept of comparing your own physical well-being, physical form as that of the form of a rainbow, and when the rainbow has without any form, it is a formless, and therefore all others emotional, destructive emotions are also eliminated from your own bodies.
어떻게 공통진지를 대성으로 나로 작동 롱통 작자다스 롱통 롱바동바다 땅가서 작자세는 가서 여러 앞에 어떤 롱통 작자도 그래서 작자다 작동 롱통 작자다 텔라 상행이 변한도 다 작자다 상행지도야 요마바스 야보리 sen지도야 아마 도보리 어떤 인도 대한제 통치는 가서 깨차 야보제 공 텔라 차 도보제 친데 차다 모습见着그러와 그 작자다 그 라지 마드롭 됐어와 어때 작자들랑 이모로도 상에 maybe 랑도시 상마 등에 밤에 팔랑 소랑도야 요마스 파 유도야 요마스 랑도시 those.
And it is also like that of a sound echo. There's nothing to be attached too much to the sound echo because it has no origins or no. There is no.
Because 마 작동 롱통 작전다스로 롱바 동백 작전나기리스 나테 하게 제요라 롱통 작전들 상에 요마 상보리 센지도 사요마 냠바리 센지도 사요마로 상에 메비 랑도르시스 상에 메디테네 야보세테 소르지도 야마 두고제 파 토르도야 야마스 랑도르시스.
And so the speech as the sound of an echo, since this is an echo, there isn't anything that you can really distinguish as what is good and what is bad. And with that kind of understanding, it helps you to understand the source of its origins.
Then the same set on in the wood under same say what Tomba. Ninda no, it is Ninda to wood, you run you make Nimat and Davi wood no. In the wood under us, same set on in the wood under us. What in a tell a chori maybe down this is. What the same chori yomarwa, Nimandava, someone Shergerwa. What they did it down this is, what the down this seemed. What then same Susuniam Chili, the down this was into those.
So. Comparing your mental dispositions to that of the shines, the light of the moon, and so the light of the moon and the moonshine has no bias and discrimination against anyone. It just keeps on shine to all that comes under it.
Oh, it's in a dandy nante, and all the joke, the Jean used on like Jerem Seva dance, toting in the Goms, zone in Ningbo. That he get them like Nantan to keep a Goms, London, and Nantan to keep Gombores on door.
And then the last sentences that reads here, therefore, if in our meditation, we should clearly and vividly visualize our form as the enlightened form of the Idam deity, meditate in the samadhi of our enlightened nature of mind, and issue forth with the enlightened speech of the deity's mantra.
Oh, that's the thing that's you some need to that's a teaching though. What then it is comes, yeah, that some need to teach now.
We return to page 33 for English.
Hilam di som neka kala ya ranking on Jurami, but that Tagami was a yachiwa in Silando, the
And the first paragraph reads, it is this persistently devoted engagement in the practice of meditating on the form of the Idam deity that is the very essence of the path to liberations.
Oh, that's a just hill lamps and hills and that's it. So this rank Pungo then comes so Yen Pungo said no, comes and Pungo come half a grow. Or Pungo comes to some La Nedi or is La Rangi trouble the Uris, don't trouble the Uris. In that thing, so I was more hit or your.
And our own physical form is constructed as that of form of a Idam deity, but the only thing is that we need to separate it. We need to have that kind of awareness of it.
Or I think more Mashidu that lamps and that more Mashidu so more Shiachi, nothing. So more Shiachi, then Yamlechi Goshota.
And our awareness and understandings will bring forth once we engage in the practice.
我但这不是那他的都说他的光能我是他的恰头吧的了，这不是的。
And then once you, through your practice, if you manage to become the form of that deity, and through your meditation, and then that is the results.
我真的那靠看了样，让跟我问就把米不打的车刚米把了，你把意思我但那靠看写刚那的拉米呢，可对呢，就当初说他的第原天草嘛那的有意思，可对呢。因为他我做他恰当没什么技能，我写出去嘛，那可对呢，他那的有意思。
So when we are totally embittered, encased in the cocoon of karma and emotional poisons, the deity is the embodiment of wisdoms, the wisdoms of the liberations.
我在这里马上听到，在这马头边做完那么让就他让就他的去那么了，在大堂大看情况观点。娘母不是从本上呢，他们这里些国家，去年我存在那让东，他新拉是拉皮多才马老乡的吧。
So we will read the second sentence of the page 33 now. Whether in the context of the ground, path, or results, our basic nature, our true essence is the unchanging, beyond waxing or waning, beyond anything to be denied or anything to be asserted.
我在这里的可是呢，等于说他那的了，他马头边，等呢，他多马上对的呢，他是拍开看看这送，让先他妈把这送的呢，等的听你不，他人不抢着回来，他的让呢，他的这么抢着回来，他的心里的他人不抢着回来，我那天说可以，甚至对我的一个人不明白，这说绿的。碰碰看进去，他没让引吧，我只说哈过是吧
？So it's important to understand that one's own physical form can also becomes the physical form of the Ida deity, and without that realizations, oneself and deity appears to be like a separate entities. So we can meditate on to make it into a one entities.
我这里真的，我这我这这去过，就当起呢，我做你对这老个了，他碰碰啊，结巴的啊，是老个好过是的呗，碰碰啊，我这结巴的啊，
那是，
碰碰啊，这结巴的啊是，听看啊，这用啊，结巴的啊，这经济这是什么什么。 我这是让一去那的有的是那个的，是啥的呗？
格里卡不去啥？
哎呀，
碰不安的。
加瓦的安那多的是。
那是。
别强的相当的，加瓦安的安的，手一碰不那个啦，手一碰不，哪把囊子是呢？别罗在那的吧？别罗在那，手一碰不的，别罗在那，手一碰不的，人间经典中是吧？ 这人间经典是工作三十个等钟，人那三跑，两道人那三跑，这其实呢，手我出来碰，对些碰过些的，那问题是那阿弥陀佛那个罗，那问题，我等对几碰过的，多少就不是，他同样出版中的，同样出版的，阿蒙嘎斯的中在两道，阿蒙嘎斯的。 那些碰过的没去办中，20办中，但是都是3办中的那有是吧？我听着碰过啊，是啥的呗？
这个里看不清楚。
呀，
碰不安有的是吧？
碰过啊，那俺的生的像，就加完的俺那有的是了。
那是。So in the Ida deities, we talk of the 5 physical entities.
我真的看这种看的啥去面看有点说溜了，我他说了，中央啊，这用啊，那有的是叫的用啊，有了。
And for each of the elements lives with all those 5 different entities.
我真的坚持是那这里。 经济是没从同样的，那边这同样的有了，地面经济那个了，经济， 等于对接触了强学生把什么都那有这些了，这是他的呢，这些。
And for our ears and eyes, we are exposed to.
经济上看出来可能他这些些嘛是呀。
We are exposed to the vibrations of the deities.
呀，没什么什么的，要经济工作些可以比较工作了一些有了，但是也不些嘛是，这些引起托。那他这几类啊，这呢，这是的呢。他在我选择呢当中就是，等你行动现在你把在美国呢，网上头一些number大天你简单去求助其实我的呢，他行动现在先把呢，他们先把的话，再把呢他你把呢再把呢，的话我是强力这种再把的话，再把你把在美国呢，网上去一些全部打过来。等于现在接连光过来，接连光的硬的，确保这是他所做过的事。
So for the benefits of the others through immeasurable wisdom, love and power, praise of aspiration and great wisdom appear in the symbolic mudra of the Idam deity. The deity development stage includes the visualization of the deity, recitation of the deity's mantra, puja and retreat accomplishments, practices of the deity. These are known as the way to accomplish the deity on the auto level.
真的，他讲究的，我这是是拉双的，可是，拉的他就进做的过来是话从我去了的话。Okay,
turn to page 35 now for English.
我的基本上是 number 0是我的那0光过是老双的的0是我0是的呢，但我家电把是，我家电把是，我在我家电把是，他肯定呢，说他的影响过去的，所以他的影响他可能光去那，他的影响不吧？我的去，我在哪里啥他们？ 하자데 마세 라틴 하자르 고쇼 라틴 삼네데 라틴 하자레 제단 요몽 하자트 마레 라틴 삼베 하자트.
And so here we talk about the clear and vivid visualization of the deities. Yeah, stable deity, pride, and reflection of purities.
我这记得呢，我在这应该做的别强调是七路几天成绩，7路有了几天，最起码7路他7路有了，最起码在那这血液康，那么多血液康中医生把起，血液康现在根据老人去做，血液康有了。 但蛮多垃圾拿的科技，蛮多垃圾我拿的科技，血液康中蛮多垃圾拿的科技，其中几天他们去血液康，但拿去什么钱他们去拉的，他没让人什么的这几个月。
So you visualize the outer physical world appearance, as the mandala, and inside the mandala are the sentient beings.
And
then Azumi is visualizing the things that inside the mandala are the deities and the dakinas. And then the appearances of whatever you see is so
so sen make that man don't turn on them talk wa this so kan tong na someone ha the hin some
And then the appearances, whatever appearances that comes to your mind, you assume them as the deity and the decanars.
the dark at chana nga rang yin sang da cha ya
And the echoes, the sounds, whatever you hear, are the recitation of mantra.
then that the chin then so some tumble yang yang gom ko sure ta
And it is through repeated meditations you are be able to attain such.
the gom do jena de la gom ya so den ba da to hona de la ka du na la yin ba za so ma je wa tin so den bo cha so gres
And then it is through frequent practices your ability to meditate on the deity will be stabilized.
then the nam da chen ba se som de zin do nam da chen ba nga ja den ba nam da chen ba sa ke ge yo sa ma de chen ba som de yes la do the nam da chen ba se na da ti la be chang da xian na su ni na da ji ran se do ji ran se ji ran se de la ji ran se da be cha sha na ji ran se gun do kar bo ro wa gun do kar bo re gun do kar bo de zhong ji ma go ban song ge zhong ji ma go ba.
And as the form of Avalokiteshvara Shenrezi, and it symbolizes Shenrezi has the white appearances which symbolizes purities. And the four arms symbolizes and four forms of non-violence, such as love, compassion, equanimities, love, compassions, and affections.
Four measures.
Joy. Yeah, joy.
Love,
compassion, equanimity, and then joy.
Chani Nuru Jandon, Chani took a Timojan and Nuru Yorandina. Nuru.
Allen, no.
Nuru Yoran,
Nobru.
No, nervous and Noro, I can show Nuru. Nervous and Papi, nor doings, they don't pop in nor doings, socially.
And the precious thing, the nobu, the precious thing that is in the hands symbolizes karidunse.
Papi nor doings, they don't pop in nor do kind of night, and you don't make him as.
Hakumundo, they doing the current of life.
Teba, that's what it Teba, Suchim Sinegabat, Singa Yorot, that's what it is. Papi not doing the kind of Kabayo, you know, who you recover.
Papi not doing.
Where you're away.
Did the Kasuri Chig, Tata Legamundula?
Sing to you,
Tunzu Yo, the Digi
Timor, what you
Dire Carcero.
The iPhone away.
Nig did it under the Melang Tunzuril, Tina.
What is your dinner? Then the Matom away.
Timato Yamara.
Timor, what you are, Moron.
Ah, let him.
Nino inch Yomora.
Then an injury.
You're away.
You're
You know, each time. 네, 살다 빠진 날때.
Oh, that's all. And the
너로서 송지 나오래. 송지.
the precious item that Cherries holds in the hands represents the 7 riches of the Buddhist saints.
어떻게 된 송쇼래 있어와. 어디 차이 파데 된도와 팀아냐도 어디 심지에 통나 이 차들이 괜찮아 송쇼래서.
And in the left hands,
차이 바로.
in the right hands, there's rosaries in the hands that represents all sentient beings.
알라 팀아라 팀아.
The rosaries, the beads.
어디지 차용 파데 빼만 나도데. 근데 중지만 건 드리페만데 이번 팀아 어디에만데 이제 다 중지만 건도 송그리 다 지다 콜베 중지만 거 봐라.
And in the left hands, there's the lotus flower that represents the purities and that is unstained from any defilement.
어디 차는 보다 두가 팀원으로 잔도. 그 상지 투좀 상지 탐지 심지에 통는 지로치 있다 몰람 잡는 거.
And with the folded hands, praise for everything for the sentient beings to the sanji
상지 탐지.
To all Buddhas.
심지에 통 지로치 있어.
Yeah, for the sake of all sentient beings, it's praise to the all Buddhas.
어다데 그러잖아. 남다 쳔바스 다 군도 창센에서 참아 고파를 그런 연태를 요레스.
And all the forms, each of them has its own advantage, has its own merits.
어디지네 어디지다 대다라 니마 로션 담보 로션 들어왔지 담보 쇼니 있잖아 숨쉬는 거 너무 고.
And we will read the first sentences there in page 35. When we give rise to the deity in the deity development stage practice, we need to have 3 elements intact: clear and vivid visualization, stable deity pride, and recollection of purities.
어디네 다들이 된도 대참지 가스 제람나 때네스 제람나 때는 타면 나게 장와라 곰 베킨지 있을 통공 벤디브레스 어디네 다 제람테 때네 타면 나게서는 아주 준대하게 있다 여러와 타마 봐요 제가 소소타 있으면 좀더 요마랑 알아서니들 어디 하고 말한 타마에 나와 신바 될 때는 차다 모서만 보지 용거와 어디 다라 인zam디나 디라디 나와 찾는 차디나 대차다 모서서 요마레스.
In all these cases, by relying on the practice of deity developments, our grasping and fixation on mundane appearances and our mundane perceptions are purified. This is the result of the meditating on such a path as this.
그래서는 답에 내다리 휴인 바데 소 참지 라데 라모랑지 다 참지 아티지도 정말 라랑지 차소나 근데 차다 무슨 제도스 유요 말아 제게 말아 소소 냠난티가 내디나 냠난티가 지디나.
Yeah, when all your bodily forms, physical forms, and the voice or the sound echoes all are observed and becomes that of the deity, there is no room for any negative deeds.
Then the last Namata, rank amble make use so Nama is what that in my and
And in all these cases, by relying on the practice of deity development, our grasping and fixation on mundane appearance and our mundane perception of purifies. This is the result of meditating on such a path as this. Take all the long shagure.
What I just mean gorging in my sugar.
And here I would tell you another hymn by Jetsumala.
Then Chinamachi that Nala now, Chinamas and that Chilot the Yorua, Chilot the Cantonch that Nawas and Toma Gicherwa, Chinamachi that Nala Nas, National Nas. Matot in two naris, Matot in 2 week namaris, Matoti, the Nomit Nilo Matona, Nomik Nilo Yura, the Hamagona, then 2 week namaris, 2 Yura. 2 naris. Huge 先把青蛙的鸡，huge，这 huge 做了在恰当么什么恰法介绍的，这恰着个先把生恰法的话，先被青着的是的，要青生当着的是的，要上去偷个嘛的是。
Die sumpa de ina di lokharwa.
听那么多，听那么多。
Di injachi sumpa.
青那话起的那了，那青那话起的那是呢，起落起身呢起落了吧？那话是同被给起的吧？同样是有了在收的了。
Whatever whatever appearances that you observe from outside, it is all your fantasies. It's like a mirage. And when you don't understand the real nature of this, and when you are attached to all these outward physical appearances, that is the grasping that you have, which held you back from attaining enlightenment.
我的预计先办青蛙的意思呢，多半呢，出去呢，多半那么出去现在丹麦开了那多，那说是的哈国的里头出去通过这是出去。
And if you understand the nature of this reality, then it is thanks to your awareness or understanding of the Dharma.
我的呢，云南sem的超说是，云南sem的超说是呢，有的那么子上嘛的，你们那去下去超那么。
Therefore, the appearances, the outside appearances, are a good help for the practices for your Dharma.
我的记得呢，我听出到的，他的下去了，他俺让做的，我的工作呢，他怎么年来拿下去了？工作呢，要不年来中，要不这些，但马工呢年来是他下头工吧
？And it's all boils down on the practice. The more you practice, the better advancements and progress you will make.
我真的在经济头是，他经济头是他也有自己想的是他。他经济头谈不那把的是哇，从等等我去他那些看得着啊，我在这里吃很多吃去，我在我去那把的是哇，这种的是，我去什么其他的，些看得着，等等让一年呢什么去，有了门出吧，因是的他看不了他是哇，等别吃呢是，我的马路上的是。
So having a clear visualization means visualizing the universe as the immeasurable deity, Palace and all within the universe as the deities, recognizing all sounds as the nature of mantra, and not letting the mind proliferate after objects. After practicing in this way for some time and becoming adept in it, the signs or the measures of the gaining clarity and stability in the visualization will be as follows.
我真的有人两把下边南托车么，咱们每次把我把它求了是，我的有人不管呢，但南托没用的，这是偏给的是，在这点不同那是吧
？So even after we have been resting our minds in this nature for a long time, we will not be disturbed even by the subtle thoughts, for we will have actualized the visualizations.
我的这趟情这点的光的对。这人光的呢，现在的光差不多个，现在的开始呢，他只有说光三枚的当呢，让现在的了光特别的，现在的这人的呢，现在做特别，这这人做人你去做特别呢，等于下个现在做人怎么了个是吧
And when you meditate on the development stage of the deity in the development stage practices, then you practice on mindfulness.
我的也全部是落差的呗。
全部都落差，你把的。
他你把这工作写下，从小我在做的写到了光明，写到了就做的写点别词，是我的工作强才开始光呢，所以点不光特别的拉皮是吧。
And the second paragraph or sentence says, no matter what we are meditating on, whether it is the face, hands, or appearance of the deity is coming or residing, the emanating and reabsorption of the light rays, and so forth, we will be able to switch back and forth between this at will. This is the ground of gaining stability in the deity practice.
你把这那看，我家电把是他才是我家电把他才工作的拉人吧，我家电把呢是大的先把他，我不先把，有把他们去呢，同样没变我不，你不按自的，你不我家电别松是，但是让他们变自别头，我可能一当来，人家别个些电不几把下是，我他妈老想这事儿吧的。
And then the second of the three necessary elements for deity development is stable deity pride. Stable deity pride is taught as an antidote to our ego clinging and sense of self. We have grasping at a self and grasping at the existence of objective reality.
我在这趟子我家电把这看到呢，说他因什么的我家这有呢？所接人我们要电不恰特别偏头，或者是在开心不就恰的有嘞。可是看到呢，他因咱们说在全把买话讲通呢，第那个拉克那话，说让一拉克把恰恰，是吧？把恰恰，我们在拉我们要电不恰特别偏头有嘞。
So the stable deity pride, meditating on the stable deity pride is an important way of avoiding the graspings that one might still hold to.
我这几天呢，就是开始玩是嘞，就是开始玩是，就是。
Until what time the show will go? Until 4 is it? 就是100%.
100%的呗。呀，真的。这期在我家电把当，我真的在研究嘛，number 是话，我家电把第二了，我家电把开启是哪很多的他的，老想这个他的。
And then we will continue with the last two paragraphs here. The first one, self-cleaning, refers to this sense of me and I that we have had since time without beginning. Between clear and vivid visualization and deity pride, the latter is actually more important. If we do not have the full convictions that we are the deity, even if the visualization is clear and vivid, we will remain stuck in our mundane state of mind. Having a clear visualization alone is thus pointless.
我这趟去呢，这可是那的。我当我家电把，我当我家电把在公司办那有，当我家电把的开钱不起，我真的来那些，来因别个那些，没那把这样他们原因是我这在这里，可是看到呢，来因咱们的这咱们马汤呢，是我这光的呢，这偏头，这个是通透过嘛的， 소소소 라인 잠백 대요나 대 절대는 소금틀에 약거래 지단다 라지 오금통나 약으로와 디강라들이 가자 템바데 클라파트 개침부지
If we do not have the full convictions that we are the deity, and even if the visualizations are clear and vivid, we will remain stuck in our mundane state of mind. We move to page 39 for English. Let's just look at the beginning of the paragraph there. It also is important to not think of the deity we are meditating on as just a focal object in our minds. We should have the sense of inseparability between the deity appearing and the one who is meditating on the deity. In this way, we are training ourselves to be inseparable with the sense of I am the deity, and this deity pride stimulates us from any obstacles. And the very essence of our practicing on deity is the efforts to free ourselves from our ego clinging or grasping. And once we are free from grasping, and then that's the path to liberations. And so meditating on this deity is for our ability to free ourselves from the will of samsara, and basically it is the grasping and ego clinging that is holding us from any achievement and from making any progress toward nirvana or enlightenment. So we will continue with the third last paragraph here. Everything has always been primordially the nature of the mandala of awakened ones. It is only a matter of tapping into this innate truth and knowing it to be the case. That is what deity practice is about. It is not about trying to force something or imagining something to be the case when in fact it is not. And we will move to page 41. The third element of the deity development state practice is known as the recalling the purity.
어다 남다 쳔바네 소이고 나마나 초크랑이레 만데베 나톤 주마 로베 제르종마인스 와타트마로 샹나르와.
This refers to the training in the dynamic energy of the play of appearances and emptiness, recognizing that the deity appears in form body display but has never deviated from the nature of a Dhammakaya.
어ත네 남다 쳔바타니 타리 라인바 제란 생정원 진데 카르타리 추임바 센정원다 라쇼레 남다 쳔바소.
Dorjee. Cling to the appearance of the external world and its content as being real and inherently existing is what is known as clinging to the realness or self-nature of phenomena. The self-appearing mandala of the primordial knowing is beyond any conceptual limitation of face, hands, color, shape, and the rest. However, the Buddha's awakened qualities, such as the 37 attributes of enlightenment and so forth, arise to the perceptions of a being symbolically as the immeasurable deity place, palace, and the deity with a specific face, hands, and multiple different attributes. These are all symbols pointing to the absolute nature. And so some deities have 3 heads and others have 4 feet, and each this also refers or symbolizes certain things. For the 3 heads, it refers to Chugu Longu. 3
kayas, right?
Kayas, okay, represent 3 kayas, whereas the 4 feet represents the 4 noble truth.
Yeah, 1 noble truth. So what is Songshosaro? What any Jitangha Shiva to Sosina, Shiva to Chamba, Shiva to Chamba.
And the pacified deity represents
Shiva Chamba.
For love.
Yeah, and
Avalokiteshvara Shirazi is the manifestation of compassions. And the wrathful deities represents the compassions. And the bodies, the physical bodies might come in different colors and different forms, and it is symbolizes the ability to adapt to varying needs of each sentient beings.
어다 송 대백 nenjoros lando shodan shipshani dindo ta yaselebs
We turn to page 43 now.
zong debe nenjolas de yangja mada wen chuwe kan sei da ta do zenji ke hwa cha tang je ba jongji nga de ba zo wang de je ne nga ke da nam yang ne yang tu jia hin de so ta ma lo shan da.
So, we will read the first paragraph on 43. Understand this, it does not mean you just indulge in your mundane concepts and poisons. Next, there is the yoga of recitation, an aspect of enlightened speech. When we recite mantras and pray, we are purify our grasping at the ordinary mundane speech and all habitual imprints associated with this.
我这我这说东那我这吧，这样子，这当他我们的路这吧的，他路年嘛，他说说，这边的有了他怕这样头下去，对我这说东那我这吧的这样头学啥了。
So the mantra recitations we do repeatedly do is again is the agent of purifications. So by repeating the mantra, we are creating the interdependence to awaken to the result enlightened speech.
我这期真的，我这讲问题不是中途的，这样中这把点点这把我中途的做出来的是，很多怎么了？想那的吧？
Through enlightened speech activities, we will be able to fulfill the purpose of sentient beings. If we are lacking meditations on the Yidam deity in our path of Dhamma practice, although we may meditate on the skillful means and wisdom of emptiness and so forth, as long as we are not free of conceptual grasping to the elements and the aggregates, we will not awaken into Buddhahood.
我在这里人都没那上街他写了，东尼东巴他碰看进去，他们这边。 老边马这块上几，就是我在这很多，我在这就当时我做三天年来，要不在一起，三天在，他敲在前部那我年来，要不就有那，这轮他妈掐送的这个嘛是轮他妈吧，轮他妈我说这趟下查个轮就有了，听着我因三几把起的呢，这上街偷个嘛的是，听就这今年他讲，这三的敲在前部那讲，这今年的上街偷个的是。
Sem gomje lude.
Lud la gom ro. Lud la gom ma thom na. Thama ban do cha so na. Sem nyam na di so na thi ke. Te ji bu ke ma res.
So even with your mental training or practice is not sufficient if your body is also needs to be able to go along with your mental training. And lyd land og bana karin land sen.
Lyd tamma ba cha so na. Tamma ba nga so sha cha. Dan zin ba je yo nga so. Tin zin ba cha so na. Sem le nyam na di so na phen ke ma re sikira. Te lyd la gom Te sem de nyam le cha za chim bo na gom di na te sang je to gres.
And so if you remain attached to your own body, then that's also an issue, an obstacle for you from attaining enlightenment. So both physical and mental level, you should be able to get away from the samsara, or from the negativities, from the grasp. Yeah. When we adopt engaging in the Vidam deity meditation, that is part of a fivefold path, we will see that. As all appearances are minds and are of are momentarily self-manifestation of thoughts, we turn away from clinging to sound and appearance as ordinary. I would like to share one statement from Jesu Mela.
마토 되는 중기도스 다 마토 디 하마고 베투다 중화시 기도레 신중기 기도 사초메 롱라 선중화시 여러 안중기 기도 트레스 또 바나나 야한테람릭사 담바
칼리칼리 지소 담부디 연제 지소
닐라소지 풍본데스 닐라선 네바르렘 바라와 닐라소 풍보다 소 풍보가서 소 풍보라와 소지 풍본데스 마토 되나 중기루스 중화시 기루
the construction of our body is the supug the
nyala so never number sen dunga so la so lenya ta so pungbondes ma tho tin ha ma go ma tho sen ha ma go be tune 중화시 기루레스 중화시 사 춤에 long so yoro
our body, our physical body, that is the sources of all the sufferings and problems are made of from all the elements.
어때 또 바나나 사쿠나스 셈 디네로 하고서나 사쿠힘바 하고 그래서 또 바나나 사쿠나스 또 바나나 수프 레포트 사쿠라 라힘바 하고 그래서
수푸드 라힘바
또 바나나 사쿠나스 사쿠 통그래서
So with the understandings of the reality, we know that our physical body is also the body of the deity. 수부디 하고
하고 그래서 탐에 나오지야 더 봐시 통에 나와한테 탐에 나와한테 신바스 밤에바스 그래서
It will help us to dispel all those graspings and all those negativities from our clinging to ourselves.
전에 들이 말 손도 전에 된다와 전에 가래다 가래래 손타다 예담ላይ 그 손도 인천에 로란 철배 지난 벌치 men중 슬란도 어다 예담라 제랑 야고 곰디나데 벌치 조용야 말고 이시 클라라 봐 대 벌치 용금 말다 제랑 세모 곰디나
So moreover, when that which arises at the play of the body, speech, mind, and enlightened activity of the deity, the inner and outer obstacles will not come with about. And furthermore, through engaging in making offerings of the desirable sense objects, riches and all enjoyment to the Buddhas, one will quickly gather and perfect inestimable accumulations and go on to quickly gain all of the common and extraordinary sadhis.
양 타반 로쇼마 도용 마차리 고쇼레 제 베샤 칼라 안다시나 칼라 안다오제이나 칼라 신보 마젬다 제 차단지 유라 어때 총송은 저쇼마다 디서마 손지바 미반레이나 된 도용도서 도용 카르지 안데 켜서라 so 차바제주여 말레스 베장도서는 당안다스이나 칼라 안데 신보도 안데 신보만도 점노제 요나 되게 노용 롱추치야 노용 람 체스 람도 람 체스 노용 대 냠내치 하지요라 된 로그 말레스 카르나다 타고 티 야도 미바스 존나 야 안데레 삼도 미바 된 짐바미나 데 노용 데 람체르 냠내치 지나데 쇼레스
So when you're making of the desirable sense object, one should not fall into trap of attachment without any sense of attachment to and desire to certain preferences, and then such kind of offering desirable sense objects are all right.
take Karsana such a Kashi Yorua, Gombanda Kashi Yundo Kashi, Gombanda Yorua, or Tindu Kashi Nante, the Nanjon Rangape, the Pomon Kashi Yundo. Teso Toji, Tang Sanga at the Swan on Hills, Swan on Hills, so. Then chance and Tong Hill, the year the rest of those door. The only thing Yabush Ramador, the Doyon Lamchik on the Rasik, some Rico Mara, Namla Yona. Then chance and Tong Hill Tramato, that's so Chinese, they don't kill Tramato. Then only thing, they told the year the rest they do. Or the Jeton Karsana, not so Sanga, Doyon Yamnachi Yatina. Chapa made us go short it. Then Song is the mumbles and tones, the Chapa Yorua. What to do? How goes one?
That's all. Kaliki Song Nengachi.
Or the Bay Chanda Shana. Doesn't Doyon that is it, Landon Doyon, Lonjo, Sanjin Choban George, Lando.
Yeah, the offering of desirable sense object here we are talking about.
Doyon, Jotan Kashi,
and there's ways of consuming or making offering of such desirable objects.
Or then the Bay Chanda Sina, Changura.
And to the example of a wine or liquor.
What is in Tundu? So the Yagor is some Chapanda, she's a Chapman Mina, Chapanda Mina, Tona, the Ras took Mina Tona degrees.
And if it is without any attachment, and if the alcohol that you're consuming is not going to have an influence on you, then it might be okay. If you don't get drunk from that drink, and then a little consumption is probably permissible. Ngapasana yogi. Yeah, I have observed myself, personally I have observed that there are cases of yogis who consumes such alcohol, but they are taking it as offerings. But
offering.
Yeah, it's offering, but without but without limiting.
Large drink.
By not limited to the amount to that they consumes. They ended up consuming more and too much, or to the extent that they all get drunk. Yeah, and if your practice level is not up to the standard, and then such consumption and such indulgence is very negative or harmful. And then your practice is up to the level, then such won't have any influence on you, and then it becomes like an offering as it is. And there was another anecdote where Jitsu Mila has done something in Nyelam. And there was a place in Nyelam in Tibet where Jitsu Mila embarked on journeys to that place. And however, one person advised Jitsu Milam against making the journey to that place with the knowledge that that place is full of robbers and bandits. And the Jetsumila, however, replied and saying that I will still make the journey to that place because I have nothing in my possessions. So without any possessions, I have no worry of being robbed off. And then the persons also advised Jetsumila that another reasons for shouldn't be taking the journey or a trip to that place is that the place has not much of food to eat, and to which Jetsumila advised and replied and saying that for me, whatever I can eat, whatever I can get is sufficient for me. What all I look and needed for me is my practice. That is all that matters to me. Everything else is immaterial. So we will continue to read the third paragraph here. Within this path of practice, even offerings of meat and so forth are stainless and free of any fault. Offering meat and making offerings of the sense objects, possessions and enjoyments, etc., becomes the cause of perfecting the accumulations. Having brought the accumulations to perfections, a gathering Dakinis and their retinues will assemble and issue forth with signs. Also, an example of this offering, an example of this among the life story is the story of how the yogi Milarepa, through having gained complete mastery over his mind, was able to pacify a frightened deer of its great terror and a fierce dog of its driving aggressions. You can find accounts and stories of other spiritual masters who have reached such high level of mastery and state of mind clearly detailed in the biographies of the history. And the story that we just shared, we already shared some time earlier. Now we will do some practice, and you can practice on any yidam deities that you prefer. We will get into a practice now. So whatever you meditate on Yidam deity, try to visualize with the clarity and vividness as much as you can. Yeah, if you don't have any particular Yidam deity, you can meditate on Chenrezig Avalokiteshvara.
tene da chusu chekas me yo samare de chwa di sta jo na ro.
So we will dedicate about half an hour to question answers now. We have only left about half an hour.
Chwa ta ya yo na.
Do any of you have questions? Okay, Kurindo. Yes.
Okay.
The Idam practice for the deities, both Tara and Chandresi. And could you explain maybe the relationship between those two, and if it is possible or permissible to visualize them without separation between each other or self?
You mean Tara and which two deity? Cherezi and?
And Tara.
Cherezi the Tara la Chipamare.
Jipa mare ti slag ma druma ro.
Yeah. Okay. This was Koni Tanda de Iawa Machini Jigungo Tola and Gomja Yonas.
Chidang tsiri sirwa. La chi gom di na la saman drop ro kris. La chi kare gom na.
La Yemban Trendo.
Rangsi son drop yung kris. Drop ya ayora la drop yung.
So when you meditate on one deity, it has the ability to bring other deities back to you as well.
Te karsana jarwa tamchi ihe long tu je isari. La wara jarwa sanje tamchi ihe long na jikwa res. Te chonyu zona chalo mangas. Te chonyi zonda tala chalo mandas yores. Chalo yora nga zo mei na ta chalo tu lo kong tang de ra manda chalo yora. Wa chalo mandas yores ma. Koran su sanje tamchi gompa jikwa res. Te la je gom top yabo drop top sona la tsaman drop res.
So the natures, the Buddha natures, or the nature are all the same. They all have the same ability, and even though it may manifest it in different form, but they have all the same abilities and capacities. So if you meditate on one single deity, it will naturally has a tendency to that you can also bring forth or call forth all other deities as well back to you.
Yeah. Jitangchina ta la je ra ya mas gom tumna so ta la di khwa cha ndam sha to pe yares la je mang bo je ju ni gom na de sinzi do se shira ndam me ba cha garwa ndere sirsa shira me ba da so la je khwa cha de shira sha to go marwa karsna be jena sendam ze gom dun ma ndam ze gom te mene ta ze ndam nda yora ze tem cho ndam ta tum ko ndam da gom di na tene so yedam deres nzido sa meres ndawcha so zeira gomdo gen tel tene so yapo gomto ya pengeres.
So it is best instead of meditating on too many deities, it will be best to meditate by focusing on few or one. And when you are accomplishing that, when you're achieving certain accomplishments in that kind of practice, then you have that natural ability by which you will also automatically draw in those other deities to you as well.
Following on that question, can you meditate on the deity in Yagyu, say Chakasambhara and Vajra?
그래서 라 여명 어떤 라 여명한테 들이 저당치는 야브세는 나완정 통学용선 동반정 나완선 통야지 요라 나완 야브선 나완 용테 동반
동반라는 거예요.
동반이 여명이 보대 나통성 생겨봐 나완의 동반 성 생겨봐 어떤 거쇼리.
So that symbolizes the appearance and emptiness. So meditating, it becomes like a combination of the appearance and emptiness. And then the good is
not also to job and what it is. Or the Kaki Yamion, Yamion, nothing to tap here out something to job as in Tapi tap the yap, shut up the yom.
Or like the wisdoms and strategies, like combination of those two things. So it's all right to meditate on the combination of the two.
Is it method and wisdom?
Tabda herb soyimba.
Tap the yapsi, shut up the yom.
Yeah. Yeah, the methods or the strategy. The methods is the father, and the yum is the mother. That is the wisdoms. Yes.
But the rich and the don't same Koran or wrong, same can go to Euro. The Siva, civic around your Siva, Siva, no, Euro. The Siva, the yapsi, don't but the same Koran set on some you. What each one should is like everyone Kaye. Like everyone, Sura. Yeah, okay, that's about what I said.
Any other questions you might have?
So when we meet people and we can clearly see faults in them, like for example, maybe they're careless or maybe they're nasty, what is the technique or advice for how we can maintain pure perception in that case? Because it again ties in with the practice.
Talhagong and this one the Kapkalangan to me the Turua, me to the midi Pemisigi, Chutoyata, and midi pedi Gama Kuya, the mitten solo Junshu Chambership and the Tong Guerra. And it the Digitone the that digi mid Tendigi the Rumatoya. Susugi Chanan the Tonsujerwa, Tele Chinontumasho, Dizoela, Chi Betunda, which Karinayana, Tatia, Yidan, and had the Dunso Gong.
Oh, China, Chanjo Sendom, sometimes the method Ninja Gomnandi for it, Casana, Sengama called the Medugata Yona, Ninja and the Gompona, Marek Baldiana. Then the Koran to one the charter for it. Ninja, something Ninja Gomnandi race.
So it's best that in that cases, if you meditate on compassions, meditating on compassion with the understanding that the persons is who are careless or who are nasty is in that way because of ignorance from their part.
Well, that is a Koran led and your months of 1 chess, which you don't each charter for this. Then you go by the cousin. Jeva Jemati, do what you can do, make it what then you get.
And so for those type of people, you meditate on compassions, you feel compassion toward them because they are also a slave to their own ignorance, attachments, and grasping that result in them in their that kind of state or situations.
Or then the latter go out in a thick on flag, go out to China, La Sanga, your Marta, Sans, your Marit, and do some Matala and Tonto. Magic landed somebody in the name by something like Gomatobedari.
So, as when you meditate on deity, all of them have achieved a certain level of perfections. So there isn't any deity who is who having those kind of faults that ordinary beings have. So they are already attained certain state without any defects.
There's also the quote
Yeah, and then you will also have to have a good perceptions or faith and belief in the perfections of those who have accomplished or achieved that levels by those deities.
我的基础没那个这种多，身兼盲通、伤肩通，是我的讲身兼通什么都是，他妈伤肩通都是，我真的我当通过去。
身兼马通、三级通。
我讲真的通都是身兼通什么都是，他妈伤肩通都是。
As Jetsu Mela says, for him, he did not see any worldly beings, any sentient beings. Whatever he perceives, whatever he sees, are all who have attained Buddhahood without any fault or without any drawbacks. So that's the way Milarepa's attitudes in understanding those things.
Yeah, you know.
I have a question. We were talking about the fivefold path of Mahamudra. So fivefold here refers to 5 levels, 5 branches, and what are they?
Tanda de ngade ji songdo.
No.
Di ngade de you mean which are the 5-fold?
Which are the
And
the Changchu assembly.
so this is the bodhicitta,
Yidam Lari.
the Yidam deity.
Bodhicitta is one.
Yeah, Ida deity, Yidam deity.
The Lama. Lama.
The guru.
Okay, Guru.
Lama.
The Chaza Chimbo.
Which is the Lama. And what's the 4th?
Chaza Chimbo.
Chaja Chembula,
Mahamudra.
Mahamudra.
The 4th is Mahamudra.
Yaward Mahamudra. 5th, dedication.
And the 5th is the dedication.
Yeah.
Dedication.
这趟敲进我的是，当我做文职工作就你们来去给了我。对呢，他上个你们来去联系呢，他妈的过去的，可是呢，长久时间的过去的，也当的过去的，对东西的话过去的，经常就给他那么的过去的，对我的过去了，这他妈的过去的是，所以但几天总共就是做你们来去敲进我的是娘说你们来去的，这一下的时间，对吗？让我你们来去他妈的了，的过去的是。
So, even though this is a practice that's unique to Drupon Kajun lineage, but all those who are Sangha practitioners, tantric. So all those tantric practitioners, all these 5-fold practices are also that they will also practice the same.
This is the same as Dzogchen.
Yeah, same. Yeah, example this need bodhisattva need, idam need guru prasing guru need. Yeah, Dzogchen. Yeah, this or dedication need. Same. Yeah.
Can you explain more about number 4 Mahamudra here, please?
Because
Mahamudra qualities.
the sunning also live get that.
Mahamudra, that's where we will come to tomorrow. We will have more elaborate explanation tomorrow.
Sunny we should get them let us meditate immediately.
When I meditate, so we need to visualize us the deity and also the chant the mantra the whole time. If I meditate for 30 minutes, so I need to visualize myself like the deity and also the chant the mantra the 30 minutes, or we need to do something else.
Yidam la tanda di gomjerwa.
Really?
Chutse chega kama sunju tandil gomjena ani gomjegi nyamdo la ji mantra do ya ji. Di nyamdo la chegu gyorbe di yang shimba chenen. So it's good to go along the chantry go along with the meditations. Yeah.
Dam yurat ige dam, ige dam tes yobachi te ngati iko kushidele tendu zamdan.
So if it's like a Tara that you're reciting, then you have also, as you chant or recite, you will also visualize certain things in your heart.
The damchi, dam. 이게 땀이라. 나도 이게 땀이라 거의 땀.
Loso.
땀도 그런 소리 정도라 대시. 등아 아트도 너무 코르시네.
So visualizing the thumb and then
심바 땀 트지고 들어야 랑한데는 좀 신들이. 땀 신들이 다시 버시대 심바 신들이 거든.
Yeah. So you can do certain visualizations by imagining that thumb stands there and then there's a certain
earlier you spoke on visualizing the deity as a formless rainbow, and I thought that was interesting because after Thursday's class we practiced the mantra yoga for some time, and after the mantra during meditation I had this vision of a swirling kind of rainbow light. I don't know, am I on the right track? Should I be trying to cultivate that feeling, or should it be a more clear vision of like or a visual image of the god or goddess?
Tantati mansuge yidamda tanzula and gomche de zoom me panda woki gomje son
나도 이제 손으로
din jasun nandun jasun abu de ani khonla tindigi chwaji jongsus korang tindi indi gomchi jeundu ani di korang chetan di tata jinro de yena diang himba karenda buji nang kuyena korala tindi nyanyo ji jongsu korang de ziang chobolo ji jongsu
어리 전에 ndrikyojirewa ndrikyojirewa sede ina ta 문투는 komne tempo soya chi goreswa.
So I think that you are in the right path, and you can still stabilize that kind of practice, that kind of experience and feeling by continuing in the practice.
I heard from one Rinpoche explained it like this, because for a long time I have a problem understanding the word compassion. So I heard this definition. He said that the word compassion is like has a root, in a Latin root, and the word calm means together, and compassion means feeling together. So meaning he said that basically with the word compassion, meaning you put yourself in someone else's shoe, like that.
글쎄.
Finish. Yeah. You can.
So the question comes to like this: when I practice like that, I make some progress. But then when it comes to this one question, a lot of Buddhists, we have compassion for others.
글쎄.
We have a lot of compassion for other people. We put ourselves into that person's shoe to understand where that person comes from. We forget about ourselves.
글쎄.
You have advice like, is that a valid practice? Is to turn the compassion toward ourselves too?
글쎄.
Kong tanda di ninje slag tsujiora la.
그래지.
Wo di tanda compassion slag tsudige kunzo ge inji ge da go tsung yong dan se de kom se da ani passion se ji yosarwa. Di kom se di karsure tsunyam do da ani shimbatele chwa tone la gyores feelings da come together da ani feelings le tini ge ni ge da ji trusha bi ge tsuji cha gyores res da dodo di hyugo yosare pena ninje che se de shingi netanda shige chwa de susul nyonghe tuyage tendigi chedo tendila da chi ningje da wuji segyo sares ina khong chwa de kari insna ngansu namba chama ge mi hena tanda ji ningje da andig tendik tu pha je ge yore de ine tendi chewi ge ko so susu ran jendo ya ta susu ran 양파 도리안다고 드디야지 용구여서를 아니 닌제 세드 수수 랑라 닌제 제게 되게 여러베스티 간지나
다 스스로랑 이제 미야고 수시마스로 제가 스스로랑 게 배짱다 시간다 스스로랑 게 내가 두자시나 스스로랑 이제 지나 그래서 테마토 트렌다 스스로 내가 두자다 시나 스스로 베디파나 오자 치오나 디파티션 두 메송 제게로 하다 스스로 이제 지나 되게로
Yeah.
테마토 제가 스스로 이제 그냥도 제 시랑에 고마서로
Generally, this turning the compassion to yourself is not much mentioned in Buddhist. However, when you committed any sins or when you made some huge mistakes, and then at that time, it is possible that you can turn the compassion to yourselves because you are in need of such things at that time. But other than that, usually it's more toward others rather than toward yourself. Yeah. And I can't really explain it well. I can't explain well to that questions that you raised about turning the compassion to ourselves.
지난 가서 호백 룩소제 요라 소소소소 니제제 힘에 있어서 라비아제 요라 뜻에 소소 두기안다 지나 소소소 니제 힘에 있어 라브라 가서 호백 세제 요라
So in Tibetan we will also say it's like only when you make mistakes, only when you do something wrong, then that's when you have some sense of compassion to yourselves. Only that.
주대 개찬로제 요라 주대 개찬라비아노제 요라
Yeah, that is also the norms of the Tibetan societies, like the culture and the customs also permits that. Like feeling compassion to yourself when you are in your bad shapes, when you are in circumstance.
Okay, I have an interesting point I would like to make. I find the development of deity pride extremely interesting. If we can develop a sense of deity pride and we can maintain this pride long, then it really helps tremendously because that is a way to elevate ourselves to the saintly level, and we become so saintly. We act like a deity in body. We speak like a deity. We think like a deity, and that is a way that we elevate ourselves to a really high level of awakening. Is that correct?
Tanda dilagudo dichindo karsuru chipi hasila chindo jerim de o jerim ge dikol tanda khrangi pedi hakoya di pe pento da lachembo shutinda wuji tingwenzi tosons mo ani susu pedi jerim de susu ge igile lewanda boda susu ge nyoanda bodo choase leanda bodi dige nduhidan dige sanodrante mutunichi chetuna hibuge pianga tendiji insaresun That's a very good progress.
We become a saint if we have this deity pride all the time.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Ngansu saint lana tachi kasurgo lama the yishugi yichila dan saint sede ani konsul sanda wo jesa de konsul saint lagda ngansu la sanje bo lagora yishugi konsul ge saint la
what is that year me ba year bom tamna year me ba chando gra cha song sanje no gra
ngansu muntu tin nang tuna ani saint la de cha
yeah okay yeah okay
one more question from home.
To that question, I have something to share. I heard on the news. I heard on NPR. They did research. Several educators, they went into the prison to interview, and they found out that the hardcore criminals have such a low self-esteem, and they figure out that because of self-esteem, that they can do a lot of damage. I mean, these hardcore criminals said that, well, I'm worthless. My mom left me, my dad left me. I'm the bottom of everything. So whatever I do doesn't matter anymore. So based on that finding, the educators are trying to come up with a new way to teach educators, like teachers, not to abuse, not to have, to foster the self-esteem, because the self-esteem is everything in this world. Yeah.
Kurigi tanda NPR du tanda ngansuke ninchi legungjire tanda de tandiji ge sanju ge senare lering tandiji nan hakoya chi de tanda dilagus tanda zhonghan nangla nani duja sani nzuden jo zunju sheden jo me nani chin tanda yorwa wo tenso la tanda ji hin ba da nyangshi ba tenso ge nyangshi ji chen du me tenso chama tanda susu rang la ji yichi da susu rang la ji ringthang matsingi ki tindi khona yin ba ji khona zo ge hieto chongdos susu pe de nyam ma bo shibuji ngala phama ge zig mare phama ne mes ni susu rang ge ringthang de pe hyu chem self esteem se de on di yeden jo tindi khona ge ten chen ani khonso ge tanda di nani duja tindi sawa yin ba ji khonso ge hieto chongdos ani tanda de tanda shin loso ba tun so mangbu ji ge nyangshi da tindi chechi ni mitsola katsi ji susu rang la ringthang da thong ji ya sochung he di kanda da boji na yumi ko la nyangshi she ge pe ki tindi gi ji khoi ha ko sun sti self esteem la susu rang la ringthang zi ya di da pe chi pe ke chung bu shu ji da nyanga chung bu shu ji sares
re susu ji tang nga zu ngi da gong la ba melu 좀 보지 소비라. 소소 내가 가르치나 치트고 소소는 통중 치고야 요 말에 쓰러.
Yeah, so that's absolutely right. The critical how important is self-esteem. As I said yesterday, that we were born as a human being, which itself is a very worthwhile and very valuable and precious things, and we never have to underestimate and have a sense of low esteem. We can always think of how fortunate, how lucky we are.
가르스나 소소의 물리스 톱들이 소소 문남초 될 때는 소소 야구 회초치도지나 로가 승천 신바 만다래 이게 소소 믹스 회초치 도야다. 누가 통해서 참아도 여러 바데 소소선 통좀 지고야 뭐도.
Yeah. So there's much pride, you can have much pride in yourself for being born as a human being, because human being is a very unique in sense of its cognitive abilities as compared to other animals. So human beings have a much higher potentials than compared to those other animals.
Yeah.
May I have one last question? We mentioned two kinds of bodhicitta, aspiring bodhicitta and engaging bodhicitta. Where does awareness bodhicitta belong?
가르세.
단다디
모바든 주파르베.
bodhicitta스도 단다 잠초 센라 르니 송송아스.
모베 창초센, 요베 창초센
온데레션.
Aspiring bodhicitta and engaging bodhicitta. And then at one time we also talk about awareness bodhicitta. So why do we classify awareness bodhicitta?
히바 지요로와 주바단 가리네
주바스나 모바스나 소소치 삼바제 요라레가 테치 주바
Yes.
and then
주바스나 레가 모스치 하시
and then the engagement, the commitment, and what was the other one?
Then about the awareness.
And the awareness is the commitment.
That's
And-
part of the aspiring.
Aspiring,
bodhicitta.
aspiring, and then what was the two
The
years?
engaging.
Tanda the shipa seya jiyorwa, shipa seya di tanda kandina kuntonon roguyonas, tanda
시바 남시
shiba nanghi.
와데 샘드라 바샘 남시 들된 시우라 남시에서 이시에서도 남시에서는 자 윤대 시반다고 차서 이시에서는 저 내로 저나 이시
그래서 뜻이나로라 메바다 지든 주바 지yorwa, 디니 나로라 남시 간다 가바는 roguyonas, awareness led 가발슨 되게나서.
어떤 뭐반 주파니기 시바다 고래점도로 뭐바트 카르세나다 빙에 심지어 통치 삼배삼노지 오바트 뭐바라와 심지어 통오시야던 주파라 티가나 에 바로 침바 총종 파르친 총종 냠나치나
So the awareness should be there in both categories, the aspirate and the commitment. Yeah, it's not any like sub-category or anything. It should be there.
Tell us more about the quality of the bodhicitta then.
Yeah.
Dedication.
Okay, we'll go to the dedication.
Page 57, right? 57. Dorjee Changchen Dele Naro Tan Maraba Mela Chuje Gampo Pamo Java Javan Rihum Pa Gaju Nama Namje Trashi Sho Sonam Deye Tamji Seibani Tone Nyebe Jana Pamji De Jega Nanche Balon Choba Ye Zeben Solen Choba Jurwariko Chancho Semcho Rinpoche Maji Banam Jejurje Ajeba Nyamba Miba Yang Kune Kundu Pervar Sho Lama Kunkan Samvara Surva De Chodu Gusi Rinvara Surva De Chilen Tarshin Jivara Surva De Lama Danjeva Mebara Chinjilo Jambara Bawe Chetaran Jamba Kundu Sambo Deyan Tejin De Teda Gunje Jesu Dalo Jin Gewan De Da Tamchi Rabde Mo Sanji Guson Yibe Juni Menjur Dembe Chenla Tan Gendu Mechen Duve Chenla Cheda Moshin Molan Drobar Sho Datan Kunde Tamji Tuzom Tu Sabatan Yubi Gebe Zabandi Dadan Senchen Tamji Nyordu Lana Mibar Yantabara Zobe Chancho Rinpoche Tobara Chorje Sheja Gunse Gunchen Chujeje Dendru Nida Wonton Dripon Pa Rinchen Parje Denpa Sente Par Yedro Tosan Gomben Zijorje Kare Rava Gorve Shinkams Pentan Deva Malu Jomene Jeren Sewan Zijansu Ye Shapi Sente Harde Denjurje Guancho Rinchen Somje Mowani Jarten Zimba Chube Beka Chan Tongku Sambo Jenje Singze Nandro Karjar Shabden Sho Guancho Somje Denba Zebala Ngaje Wangchu Jisun Jambi Yang Tubden Rinchen Zhulmen Dingzi Shuji Nawa Karjar Shabden Shon Papi Yuna Arya Devash Dongkang Chosun Garje Raisun Chong Jiten Gombu Tusi Chudimba Abandon Garchen Gusi Garjar Nidu Jarden Yate Nekande Toto Dorjee Davu Dorjee Rimi Dembe Kurje Dagish Dembe Nyeman Garchen Shabten So Yummy, okay. Thank you.